It's see love on the south side, yeah, that's right. Reppin' Inglewood, got my hustle tight. From Showdown streets, when the wrist, when the wrist, built up like body tears, body tears.
Build a whole entire corridor. And will never be able to stop singing your praises about your kind demeanor, how patient you are with people, how you give them the time to make mistakes. And then when we make mistakes, you just say, come on, I'm gonna help you get up. I'm gonna pull you out of this pothole that you got in. I can't appreciate you enough for being that person who has been humbled and humbled himself for a better cause, the cause of a church and a rebuilding the community. You are an amazing person. And again, I'm giving you your flowers while you're here, so you know how much I love you and I care about you, and I will forever sing your praises about what you have given, because you have given so much to so many people. Today, I stand here honored and proud to say thank you for you being an exceptional leader. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman. The Chair recognizes Alderman David Moore.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I undoubtedly stand in support of this resolution, but more importantly, Mr. Montgomery, I met you a little later in life, personally, but I knew you early in life because I was around people like Reverend Clay Evans who spoke of a Jim Montgomery. I was around Lou Myers, one of my mentors, who spoke of you and just talked about you. And when I had the opportunity to meet you, but what touched my heart even more is that out of the blue, I called you and just to talk to you, you invited me into your home. You listen to young people. You listen to young people. You give them a seat at the table and a voice. And know that your life and your legacy will live on in so many. And it's because of men like you who encourage us to make sure we listen to young people. That is why I bring people, young men like from Urban Prep down here, young women from Raven, so that our young people can have a voice. You have added so much value to this city that I don't think the number of people that can talk in this council can say it all. So I just want to say thank you. I thank your family for sharing you with this city. You are a legend, man, a legend. Every lawyer that I've talked to, Andre Grant, Jim Montgomery, these people love and respect you, and they've been a blessing to me, so that when we talk and whatever we do, it's because of something that Jim Montgomery either poured into us directly, or you poured into someone else that poured what you poured into them into us. It's going to continue to go and go and go. And so I love you so much. I appreciate you. And any way we can continue to be supportive of your efforts in doing, because you're doing, as Alderman Chairman Harris said, you're doing more and more. You can guide us, lead us, let us do some of that heavy lifting. So don't hesitate to call upon us. And I mean that. Love you so much and appreciate you.
Thank you. The Chair recognizes Alderwoman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. To Mr. Montgomery, when I think of civil rights attorneys and the prominence of them, two people come to mind for me. One was mentioned by my colleague, Alderman Moore, Lou Myers, and the other is you. And I will say, when I first started out in government as a much younger, many years ago in the Harold Washington administration, sometimes I would sneak down to the city council from my offices in the planning department, or when I was in the mayor's office and on the 5th floor, come down and watch city council meetings. And it always filled me with pride to see you sitting in that seat, handling the city's business in what I would call a quiet storm way. And I appreciated that. I also want to thank you for reaching out to me when I was thinking about the South Loop High School and how to think about the boundaries and the reasons why we're trying to create this school, and also for your counsel on repopulating what you call the inner city savior buildings. And so that has stayed with me, and something that I utilize when I think about the importance of always grounding in, keeping grounded people and parents and community. So I want to say you have impressed a lot on people's lives. You may not even know that, but there are people who care deeply for your counsel, your observations, and your thoughts. And I want to thank you so much for being here today, and that we have an opportunity to celebrate you and your accomplishments and your commitment to the city of Chicago. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Chair recognizes Vice Mayor Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of this resolution. I concur with all of my colleagues on all of the things that were said. Ms. Montgomery, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for not only being the first African-American Corporation Counsel, but also working for the first African-American mayor of the city of Chicago. And when you think about that time when Harold Washington was in, and you think about all of the legal battles that was going on, somewhat similar to what we have going on here, all of the jousting and back and forth, dealing with some of the lawyers that was in city council, you can't do anything but admire how you positioned the mayor to be able to defend the city seat, to defend that seat as mayor. As I told you earlier, when we was talking, you need to write a book about all of those different things that you went through and how you competed and how you out-legaled all of those guys in the city council at that time. You really made a lot of people in the city of Chicago proud. I'm sure that a lot of African-American folks was looking at that time and decided that they wanted to be a lawyer, right? Because of the legal knowledge and skills that you put forth to position the mayor to be able to get his agenda forward. I just want to say thank you. Thank you to yourself. Thank you to your family. I know it wasn't easy, but you did it. And they say if it don't kill you, it makes you stronger. And you came out 10 times stronger than you did when you first became corporation counsel. Congratulations to you, and your legacy will live on, sir. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The chair recognizes Alderman Yancey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to extend congratulations for the recognition of Fifth Ward resident Jim Montgomery. I had the pleasure of meeting earlier today, and you're a hero. I mean, your work, litigating the deaths of Fred Hampton and Mark Clark, and also LaTanya Haggerty, put you in a very special place in this city. And just grateful for your support for Black folks here, for justice in the city of Chicago. And I told you silently, I've been reading Fire on the Prairie for the second time, and I think about your work in that moment, and it just really means a lot to have you in this box today. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Sigcho Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I also like to rise in support of this resolution. It doesn't go by in a day in our community when we have not felt the effects of the Mayor Washington administration in the many great ordinances that the administration delivered. As a representative of the 25th Ward, we want to recognize what Mr. Montgomery and the Washington administration did for us to even have access to city jobs as a Latino community. A lot of those minority MWBE programs that were installed to this day have given access to communities like us that are continue to be disenfranchised, demonized, and excluded. We more than ever today must protect those programs and could not capitulate to people who do not believe in diversity and want to impose by force and violence supremacy that only going to make our communities more divided than ever. I also like to thank the administration because there were actually very tough battles at the time as well. To deliver to the city of Chicago or sanctuary city status was something that we will be forever grateful for the mayor of the people, Mayor Washington, and I'm in a coalition like in the 25th Ward, a coalition that continues to believe that unity among working people, especially Black and brown communities, is not only possible, but necessary in a time like this. So as a representative of a community that built a coalition with Mayor Washington representing the 25th Ward, I rise in support, and we must remember with actions the legacy of our great Mayor Howard Washington. I'm glad that we give recognition to that team that gave him the fortitude, the expertise, and legal advice to make it possible. Thank you very much, Mr. Montgomery.
Thank you. Before our final alders speak, are there any other alders that wish to speak to this resolution? Seeing no other hands, the last speaker will be Alderman Lamont Robinson.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for this opportunity. I rise to support this historic resolution. And for me, being a child of the South Side of Chicago and thinking about our Black leaders, Black legacy, we think about Attorney Montgomery. It's not lost on me when we think about Johnny Cochran, who has national fame. There would be no Johnny Cochran without Attorney Montgomery. I think it also needs to be known that Mr. Montgomery is an alumni of University of Illinois and University of Illinois Law School. Ladies and gentlemen, the 1950s. In the 1950s, the gentleman in the box graduated from one of our prestigious universities. Then going on to representing the Black Panther Party, school segregation, being the first Black corporate counsel, and supporting many electeds like our first Black president. I was able to pin my dear fraternity brother this morning, and Mr. Mayor, I took off my city pin and put on my Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity pin. Brother Montgomery, when we think about achievement in every field of endeavor, you are the marker. And it is why I strive every day for excellence. And so I'm grateful for your support. I'm also grateful for your support of my family. You might not remember this, but almost 30 years ago, I had a cousin who unfortunately got into the crosshairs of the criminal justice system. And you were able to save him, to be able to support his family, to be able to give back to the city of Chicago. I remember my family scrambling to put resources together to keep my cousin out of prison. And it was because of you being a godsend to be able to do that. And Brother Montgomery, you're probably the reason that I had the exposure to also stay out of trouble and keep my nose clean, as you've mentioned to me on several occasions. And so, Brother Montgomery, thank you for what you've done here in the city of Chicago. Thank you for what you've done in our nation. Many of my colleagues also expressed their love for you. I love you as well, and I am greatly appreciative of you, good brother. All the best.
Thank you. Thank you, Alderman Robinson. Just to shout out and lift up some of the folks that are joining Mr. Montgomery today: Laleen Go, Helen Loretto Montgomery, Kyle Coward, Jillian Montgomery, Michelle Montgomery, and Mrs. Pauline Montgomery. I do want to just say a few words here as the City Council recognizes the life and legacy of Mr. James Montgomery. He's truly left an incredible mark on our city, the legal profession in particular, through his work at law firms as the Assistant U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois and the founding partner of James D. Montgomery and Associates. Throughout his career, Mr. James Montgomery achieved landmark verdicts and settlements for his clients, justice for countless families and individuals. He has been recognized for the great work he has done in the legal profession, but so much more. He's left a mark on the City Council, serving as corporate counsel for Mayor Harold Washington, providing legal counsel and leadership during very pivotal moments in our nation's history. Yeah, he ensured that the next generation of legal professionals and public servants and community leaders would be ready to face all of the challenges through his teaching and mentorship. And so today we thank and recognize Mr. James Montgomery Sr. for all of his years of service and commitment to justice, his contributions to our city and to all of our residents. Today we officially dedicated the sixth floor foyer in his honor that will always be in his honor, the James Montgomery Senior Foyer. But you'll be remembered, Mr. Montgomery, for all of the inspiration that you have provided, and whether it's defending the Black Panther Party or even defending immigrants. I think it's just worthwhile noting that it was Mr. James Montgomery that brought forth the policy of sanctuary, which is living proof that you can fight for Black liberation and protect immigrants. In fact, at the time, A.D. Moyer, who had a plan to round up undocumented immigrants, referred to as Operation Taxicab, where A.D. Moyer set up shop to essentially arrest every single individual that drove taxis at that time, which was overwhelmingly immigrants, of which many of them were actually documented U.S. citizens. But even in the midst of that operation, when it didn't quite go the way A.D. Moyer wished for it to go, he blamed Mayor Harold Washington. And so it's very clear that the shoulders that we stand on, that there are forces that still wish to round people up and to undermine our integrity, the beauty of our diversity of our city. But thank God we have an example, a living example, in Mr. James D. Montgomery Sr. And Alderman Mitchell, can I get a motion for the passage of this resolution?
Mr. President, I move passage of this resolution in the omnibus.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. And with leave from this body, we will allow Mr. Montgomery, if he wishes to say a couple of words. Please be seated.
You know, a lawyer should never be given an opportunity to say a few words, but I'll try and limit it to a few. When I was asked years ago to be the corporation counsel, I had to think about it. I was making money. I was making, and I told the mayor I would have to talk to my wife, and I talked to her, and she just beat me over the head and told me what a tremendous opportunity it would be to be in public service and an opportunity to be working for the first Black mayor. And so I succumbed. And I must say that I am so grateful for having made that decision, because while public service has its negatives, sometimes underappreciated, it is a wonderful opportunity to try and do some good for the public in general. And so I've enjoyed that very much. And I commend all of you as you perform your public duties, as you engage in public service, as they whipsaw and give you a hard time from time to time, and you handled all of that, because sometimes the public believes that they own you, and they sometimes mistreat you. But I'll say to you, keep up the good work, and thank you so much for this opportunity to feel as good as I've felt during this last few hours. Thank you.
All right, we'll just take a few moments for our next group enters into the box. And our next resolution will be honoring Jewish American Heritage Month. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Silverstein.
Thank you. I stand in support of this resolution. As the alderman of the 50th Ward, which has the largest Jewish community in the city of Chicago, and as the only Jewish member of the City Council, I'd like to take a moment to honor Jewish American Heritage Month and reflect on the profound legacy of Jewish Americans in our city and our country. The first Jewish settlers arrived on American soil in 1654, fleeing persecution in Portuguese-controlled Brazil. They landed in what was then New Amsterdam, which is now New York City, seeking refuge and freedom. That small group of 23 people laid the foundation for what would become one of the most vibrant Jewish communities. Today, the United States is home to nearly 40% of the world's Jewish population, second only to Israel. And right here in the city of Chicago alone, there are roughly 300,000 Jewish residents, which make us the 5th largest Jewish community in the world. From the arts to science, from law to philanthropy, Jewish Americans have been at the heart of shaping this country's identity. We are doctors and lawyers, educators and nurses, business owners and public servants. We are your neighbors, friends, and family. Jewish Americans gave us the polio vaccine and helped split the atom. They marched with Dr. King and joined in the fight for civil rights. Jewish history in America is not a footnote. It is a central chapter in our nation's history. Despite generations of contributions, Jewish Americans face a disturbing and painful reality. Anti-Semitism is rising at an alarming rate. Here in Chicago and across the nation, we are witnessing unprecedented levels of anti-Jewish hate. Jewish students are being targeted on our college campuses and in our public schools. Jewish residents are being harassed and attacked on our streets. And hateful individuals are tearing down posters that call attention to kidnapped Jewish hostages. These are not isolated incidents. They reflect a growing threat to the safety and well-being of our community. Jewish Chicagoans, again, the 5th largest Jewish community in the world, do not feel protected. We don't know if our elected officials will keep us safe from those who wish to harm us. So today, I call on my fellow city council members, community leaders, and every Chicagoan to join us on this critical fight against anti-Semitism, whether it comes from the far right, the far left, or anywhere in between. This is not a political issue. It is a moral imperative. Be on the right side of history. Defend the Jewish people, the Jewish faith, and the Jewish state from hatred and discrimination. Together, let's work towards a future where all people, regardless of their religion, ethnicity, or background, can thrive and flourish with dignity and pride. We are joined here today by representatives of the Jewish United Fund of Chicago, the American Jewish Committee, the Simon Wiesenthal Center, and Stand With Us. The Jewish United Fund, or JUF, is one of the largest humanitarian organizations in the country. For more than 120 years, JUF has served people of all faiths in Chicago, Israel, and across the globe. Representing JUF here are Dan Goldwyn and Jane Charney. Just stand or wave or. The American Jewish Committee, or AJC, is a global advocacy organization dedicated to enhancing the well-being of the Jewish people and Israel, and to advancing human rights and democratic values. AJC is represented here by Mark Basowitz, Mark Wiener, Susie Evans, and Eileen Adler. The Simon Wiesenthal Center is a global Jewish human rights activist organization that confronts anti-Semitism and hate, defends the safety of Israel and Jews worldwide, and teaches the lessons of the Holocaust for future generations. Simon Wiesenthal is represented by Allison Pierce-Slovan, the director of the Midwest region. And Stand With Us is an international Israel education organization that inspires people of all ages and backgrounds, challenges misinformation, and fights anti-Semitism. Stand With Us is represented here by Yossi Held, the executive director of the Midwest region. Thank you all for being here today. Thank you to my colleagues, and may we celebrate a meaningful and joyful Jewish American Heritage Month. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Wagisback.
Thank you, Mr. President. 45 years ago, President Jimmy Carter issued the first proclamation, or White House proclamation, designating a Jewish Heritage Week and lauded the contributions of Jewish Americans and all those contributions to U.S. culture and history. So like people of all our communities, the Jewish American experience has contributed to building up our institutions and building on our strengths as a country. I just want to say that I am committed to commemorating all that the Jewish community has done here in Chicago and throughout our country, especially as we see a rise in anti-Semitism throughout the country that we must continue to combat. Thank you each for your personal contributions to everything Jewish American in Chicago and throughout our country, and I wish you the best throughout the month. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Nicole Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I too rise in support of this resolution. I always love that Jewish American Heritage Month is the same month as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. We share so many similarities in culture. You know, our love for wontons and dumplings and kreplach, which you have, as well as mahjong. But beyond that, a real deep appreciation and respect for culture and family, and what that means, bringing that to a new country. As we said, this is Jewish American Heritage Month and Asian American Heritage Month. And our histories are American history, and we shouldn't forget that. So I thank you for all that you do every day to teach tolerance, to fight injustice, to fight hate, which we share. Sadly, we have that in common as well. That is something that I wish we didn't have in common. I wish we didn't have to fight that every day, but we do. And we've been there for each other. So I thank you for the partnership on behalf of our community as well. And thank you again for all the work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Napolitano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the best way to put it is something that Sebastian Maniscalco said. Italians and the Jews are the same company, just different division. And I believe that, to my colleague, Alderwoman Silverstein, I stand strongly with you, the individuals in the box. I also stand strongly with you. If we're not together, we're divided. If we're not together, we divide, we collapse. So I appreciate this, what you're doing, and I stand strongly with you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the City Council, and welcome to our guests here today. It's more than just words to say that we are standing here with the Jewish community, especially at a time when there's still, as we heard last night, a gaping wound from October 7th, 594 days ago, with nearly 60 individuals still being held hostage in Gaza, ripped from their homes, ripped from their country by terrorists hell-bent on trying to destroy the state of Israel. We are all wearing a yellow ribbon to remember that there are still individuals in tunnels. There are still remains being kept from their families. And even just as we saw a few weeks ago, even Americans were still being held 500 plus days later. We can honor 77 years of existence, but we cannot forget those who are still in the dark. Names like Tamir Adar, Mohammed Al-Atarash, Matan Angrest, Aviv Adzili, Sahar Baruch, Uriel Baruch, Gali Berman, Ziv Berman, Elkanah Popat, Ram Vaslevsky, Ite Chen, Nimran Cohen, Emiram Cooper, Ariel Cunio, pronouncing it like Spanish, David Cunio, Eviatar David, Ronan Engel, Guy Gabo Dalal, Hader Goldin, Manny Godard, Ron Gavili, Gad Hagaji, Judy Weinstein Hagaji, Tal Haimi, Inbar Hyman, Maxim Herkin, Etan Horn, Guy Iluz, Segev Kafon, Bipin Joshi, Afra Kedar, Bar Ibrahim Cooperstein, Shay Levinson, Etan Levy, Iliehu Margalat, Amri Moran, Joshua Lotu Molel, Etan Abraham Moore, Omer Nuetra, Tamir Nimradi, Yosef Chaim Ohana, Alan Ohel, Dror Or, Avinatan Or, Daniel Az, Daniel Peretz, Yonatan Samarano, Leo Rudef, Yossi Sharabi, Edan Shativi, Ilan Weiss, Yer Yakov, whose family I had the opportunity to meet, Matan Zengokar, Ari Zamanovitz, and forgive me. Those names cannot be forgotten. Those individuals' lives are also what we're here to recognize and remember and to fight and to stand with the people who, despite 3,000 years of attempts to rid them from this world, God has never forgotten them. And neither will we. We stand here today in support. We stand here today recognizing those that survive. And we stand here today planting the seeds for the garden in the years to come. Thank you, Mr. President, and I support this resolution.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Tabares.
I also rise and stand in support of this resolution. Today, we celebrate Jewish American History Month, honoring the remarkable contributions of Jewish Americans to our nation. At the core of their legacy is a sacred agreement, a transformative promise between a people and the divine that reshaped human history and inspired the foundational principles of American liberty. Before this promise, societies were ruled by absolute power. There was no such thing as individual rights before the concept that we are created in God's image. This agreement introduced a new promise, a society rooted in justice, compassion, and the equal dignity of every person. It's called for fairness and accountability, ideas that stood in stark contrast to the hierarchies of the same, setting a new standard for humanity. Centuries later, these ideals echo in America's founding documents, which enshrined freedoms of speech, belief, and justice for all. Jewish Americans have embodied this spirit, from early patriots who helped secure our independence to modern champions of equality, enriching our nation's culture, science, and moral fabric despite facing adversity. Let us honor their legacy by upholding the principles of liberty and justice they helped shape and introduce. May we build a city that reflects the promise of fairness and compassion for all. And may we all recognize that without Jewish history, there is no American history. Thank you all for being here today.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Stephanie Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of this month for our brothers and sisters. I don't think anyone knows the 16th Ward better than you, Dan, Rabbi Berry, and Chuck Swirsky. And I just want to say thank you, of course, and Chairman Silverstein, who we have in committee almost every other month. But I would just like to say thank you. Thank you for coming to the 16th Ward, coming to Inglewood and learning about my community and the love that we both share, and your wife, with our senior population and how we can make our seniors' lives, a quality of life better, and of course our children. So I want to personally, publicly and personally say thank you. On March 3rd, 2020, one of our talking points and relatable moments as a freshman alderman, I went to Israel and I was baptized in the Jordan River, and oh, did my life change. Unbeknownst to me, 20 days later will be a global pandemic called COVID-19. But on that trip, I visited different beautiful sites, and I remember there were some specific stones, and the favorite one was, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God." So I want to remind my colleagues, blessed are we peacemakers, because no matter what color, religion, faith, whatever we are all children of God. So I want to say thank you, Mr. President, and shalom.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Happy to be associated with this resolution. I may have the second largest Jewish ward, maybe close, we'll have to run numbers, but very, very proud to represent the Jewish institutions and businesses in the Lakeview East community. As Alderwoman Silverstein said, we have to do better. We have to do better to stamp out anti-Semitism and to protect all Chicago residents that are still feeling a lot of pain. There's a lot of uncertainty as to how we keep everyone safe. And so, as we learned when we visit the Illinois Holocaust Museum, we want to be upstanders, not bystanders. And I would say, let's recommit ourselves to being upstanders. I talked to the 8th grade civics classes about it. We could talk to each other about it and really recommit to that today. So again, I want to just thank Alderwoman Silverstein, everyone in the box. Your organizations are doing amazing work all across the city. And thank you for all of that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Alder Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of this resolution recognizing Jewish American Heritage and History Month. I want to thank Alderwoman Silverstein. I know it's been a challenging time for you. I think we all recognize that it takes a lot of courage to be able to speak your truth. When you think about a people that has been oppressed, that has been marginalized, and then you see the rise of anti-Semitism continue on, it's a scary time. And I think in thinking about the history of Jewish Americans, there's a lot that we should learn and really never forget. When the Jewish folks came here seeking refuge and seeking a home, the United States first turned them away and treated them like they treat a lot of refugees coming into this country. So I think it's a recognition of how sometimes government run by insecure men in powerful seats may have lapses in judgment that lead to not the most just outcomes. But thankfully, we are all afforded the opportunity to redeem ourselves. And so the United States did at one point then start receiving refugees as they sought places to live. Similarly, knowing the Jewish history allows us to see that although history doesn't exactly repeat itself, sometimes you see echoes of the same kind of concerns when you see governments become more authoritarian and slide into fascism and marginalize people and take away due process. These are things that even as we're seeing them now in our current nation, it's not the first time it's happened. There's a lot that we need to learn from our Jewish siblings who have undergone similar treatment and seeing what that can lead to. It is why many of us here, in speaking out against the current leadership at the federal government, think about what that leads to. And so I thank all of you all for inviting us to the Holocaust Museum, for having the conversations with us so we don't truly forget and we actually learn for those of us who don't know the history. And so when we think about across the globe where people are often marginalized, when you see children that are starving across the world, it may not be exact, but there's similar echoes. And we, as the United States, should have an understanding that sometimes a people is separate from their government. And so to have any kind of broad strokes about what a people means and what kind of monolith is imprecise. We need to think about the humanity of all of our siblings, and our Jewish folks can teach us more than most. So thank you all for those lessons. We hope to continue in growing in partnership, knowing that we don't want to see anyone in the whole world be marginalized, be treated as lesser than, be made to suffer. We are all ultimately siblings on one ball floating in space. And unless we recognize that and find ways to work together, we're going to keep repeating the same failures. And so thank you for the work that you do, for those reminders, and I look forward to continuing to work with you in coalition. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand to be associated with this resolution and echo the cause of for this celebration of American Jewish History Month. And the Jewish community should know that although we have one Jewish city council member, she's not alone. And it's important that we stand with our allies, whether it's Israel or Ukraine. As a combat veteran, it's important to understand and recognize our friends. Jewish community lives in a tough neighborhood. When you're taking a look at some of the powers that be, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and other general extremists that are out there wanting to see Israel gone as a nation, we have to remember that we are allies and we support that. And so it's important that just having visited Israel this month and seeing the challenges and the resilience of people, the people of Israel and their community, I want you to know that here locally we stand with you. And again, congratulations on this recognition. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Alderman Sposato.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for bringing this forward. I too stand with you, and I like to refer to myself as proudest things here. I like that I always refer to you as your closest ally. So, but there's many of us. It's not just me. So just thanks for bringing this forward, and many of the faces there. I know you all know me. I'm here for you. not understanding what's going on in this world certainly is a tough thing. I certainly wish some of these chancellor and university presidents would get their heads out of their butts what's going on over there, but disgusting. But we stand with you, I stand with you, and God bless you, and hope for better things ahead. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Alderman Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to belabor the points that were so eloquently raised by my colleagues this afternoon, but there's someone that is not in the box that I want to recognize, and that is Ann Oppenheimer. I would ask that all of us please keep her husband, John Oppenheimer, in your thoughts and in your prayers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Burnett.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I also like to rise in support of this resolution. Shalom. It gives me a great honor to be before you today to celebrate Jewish American Heritage Month, a time to recognize the remarkable contributions that Jewish Americans have made to the fabric of our nation and to the great city of Chicago. From the arts and science and to education, civil rights, business, medicine, and public service. Jewish Americans have shaped this country with resilience, brilliance, and a deep commitment to justice. Their impact is not only historical, it's personal, it's local, and it's enduring. Here in Chicago, we are blessed to have a vibrant Jewish community whose leadership, philanthropy, and advocacy have helped build institutions, protect democracy, and lift up those in need. Whether through organizations like the Jewish United Fund, the Anti-Defamation League, or countless synagogues and community centers, Jewish Americans have been on the front lines of progress, often standing in solidarity with other marginalized communities, including the African American community, in the pursuit of equal rights and dignity for all people. Jewish American Heritage Month also reminds us of the importance of remembrance. Remember the horrors of anti-Semitism, from pogroms and the Holocaust to hate crimes and threats to sadly still see today. We sadly still see today. But in that remembrance, we also find resolve to speak out, to stand up, and to build a society where hate has no safe harbor. At a time when division and intolerance try to take root, we must rise together in unity. We must teach our children the power of diversity, the value of shared history, and the strength we gain when we look out for one another. Let us honor the Jewish American story not only by reflecting on the past, but by making new commitments in the present, to build bridges, to uplift communities, and to keep working toward a more just, inclusive, and compassionate Chicago. On behalf of the 27th Ward and the Burnett family, I just want to say Todah and Zai Gazan.
Thank you. Are there any other alders that wish to speak to this resolution? Very well, seeing no hands, we would like to recognize again those who are here with us today in the box: Dan Goldwyn, Jane Charney, Steve Greenbaum, Allison Pere Slovan, Yossi Held, and Ann Oppenheimer, Mark Bezowitz, Susie Evans, Eileen Adler, and Alan Reich. So as this council speaks in the affirmative in support of Jewish American Heritage Month, I am very proud that we celebrate this collectively as a city. I honor the contributions that Jewish Americans have made in our city. And since the 1830s, Jewish Americans have shaped Chicago's culture, communities, and economy by building businesses, advancing social justice, and making lasting contributions to arts, sciences, education, public service, and so much more. Jewish Americans are a part of the great soul of Chicago. They have enriched our communities with their culture and have helped build a more vibrant, inclusive, compassionate, and loving city. We can celebrate Jewish American Heritage Month with commemorations and, more importantly, with action. As a city, let us continue to stand up against hate in all forms. Chicago's inclusive spirit is what sets us apart from many other cities and many other places on the globe. We must protect this spirit at all costs and lift up the diverse communities that make our city strong. At a time in which anti-Semitism permeates across the country, here in Chicago, let us continue to reaffirm our city as a place where all people can live free and thrive. To our Jewish American community, thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your enduring commitment to this city. Thank you for your tenacity. Thank you for the embracing of what binds us together, our respective humanity. I'm honored to celebrate you this month and to work with you to continue to build a better, stronger, safer society for all. Thank you all very much. Here's to Jewish American Heritage Month. Alderman Mitchell, can I get a motion for the passage of this resolution?
Mr. President, I move passage of this resolution in the
Hearing no objections, so ordered. And now for our final resolution. For AANHPI Heritage Month resolution, the chair would like to recognize our first speaker, Alder Lenny Mana Hoppenworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. Good
afternoon.
afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to those in the box. Thank you for taking time today to celebrate with us, to celebrate you. And I rise to stand in full support of this resolution for Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Month to celebrate you this year. You know, we also have had our share of anti-Asian hate in the last several years, and representation does matter. So I am one of the first Filipino to be elected to City Council, and the first person of color to represent Edgewater and Uptown, including Asia on Argyle. And so we celebrate our culture through food, through gathering, and I know that some of you came with us this year to join us over lunch, and we appreciate that so much because we want to recognize you as much as we can for the work that what we're doing by focusing on the departments that help us do the work that we need to do every day to bring better quality of life for all of our constituents. So thank you for being here in the box. So Chicago has seen a doubling of the AA and HPI in Chicago and the nation has seen that doubling. And yet here in City Council and in our departments, we're still working to get that representation. But we want to celebrate what you have done with us already. And I wanted to shout out to just a few of you who have been able to join us today. Firstly, I wanted to say thank you to our partner in labor, Don Villar. Stand up and take a wave. Our friend, Don Villar from the CFL. And Don, you know, you were born into the fight for social justice and activism through your family in the Philippines. And you brought that work here to Chicago for workers' rights and for labor rights. And we thank you for being a partner to us here. So thank you, Don, for being here today so we could celebrate you. We have others that we wanted to bring over today. I wanted to have those who are staffers of aldermanic offices rise up. If you're here, we have Pooja and Zoe from the 47th and the 11th Ward. Thank you for making us look so good. We appreciate everything that you do. Thank you, thank you. I wanted to have those from the Department of Planning and Development rise up as well. Thank you for helping us with land use. This is the Deputy Commissioner of DPD, Cindy Chan Robick, and also the Director of Finance, Mayor Boa. So thank you for helping us to create the infrastructure to make it more equitable for people to live and work and stay here in Chicago. Thank you so much. We have others from CDOT here. Thank you for being here, Molly Samadi and also Jay Kuleo. You help us make safe infrastructure happen for our people here in Chicago, including our young people, our older adults, those with disabilities. You connect communities. You help us get to public transit so that we can get to and from where we need to go. Thank you for connecting us together and connecting our communities. Thank you, CDOT. I also want to shout out to our Chief of Policy from the Mayor's Office, Jung Yoon. So it wasn't too long ago that Jung was dreaming about how we can have a more equitable Chicago through land use and policies to create more affordable housing. And I want to congratulate you on your first big win for green social housing here in Chicago, which is going to help so many for generations to come and allow us to use the funds that we have locally to do that and to have less reliance on our federal subsidies. So thank you for your work on that. Thank you so much. And there are others that are in the box. And so I wanted to thank you and congratulate you for your work. There are many departments that are here in the city of Chicago that do so much to help us do the job that we need to do to make our city stronger and safer, a place where we can open small businesses to thrive. And we do that through our Asian American community. And so I thank you for that. And thank you for the work that you help us do every single day. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Alderman Burnett.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I also like to rise in support of this resolution. Namaste, ni hao, neho ma. They hating on me now. But anyway, first of all, I just want to thank, and I'm sorry for the other ones that I may have missed. It is with deep honor to join you today in celebrating Asian American Pacific Island Heritage Month, a time to uplift the history, advancement, culture, and richness of AAPL communities across this country and right here in the city of Chicago. Asian American and Pacific Island heritage is an American heritage. Is American heritage from the railroad and farms that helped build this nation to leadership in medicine, technology, the arts, education, public service. The contributions of AAPL individuals have been essential to the American story, and they continue to shape our collective future. In Chicago, we are proud to be home to vibrant AAPL communities, from Chinatown to Albany Park to Uptown, neighborhoods that reflect the strength of diversity and the beauty of cultural pride. Whether it's a small family business, a cultural festival, or a classroom where young leaders are being formed. The AAPL presence in our city is strong, resilient, and full of purpose. But let us also be clear. Celebrating AAPL heritage also means acknowledging the challenges. It means standing against the rise in anti-Asian hate, discrimination, and ignorance that too many have had to endure, not just in recent years, but throughout history. From the Chinese Exclusion Act to the Japanese internment camps, to today's harmful rhetoric and violence, the struggles for justice is not new. And yet, through every hardship, AAPL communities have continued to rise with dignity, with courage, with a deep commitment to family, community, and country. So as we honor AAPL Heritage Month, let us not only reflect, let us recommit. Let us recommit to equity and inclusion in our policy, our schools, our workplaces, our neighborhoods. Let us support AAPL voices in leadership, empower young people, and stand in solidarity whenever and wherever injustice appears. Let us teach our children that every culture, every heritage, every story deserves to be told, to be heard, and to be celebrated. On behalf of the 27th Ward and myself, City of Chicago, I want to say Kamsahamnida, Shay, Dande Bad, Shakram. I want to say all of those things. Thank you all. Thank you all very much for everything that you have done for the City of Chicago, your commitment and your resiliency. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you. Thank you, Alderman Burnett. The chair recognizes Alderman Sigcho Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I do like to rise in support of this important resolution honoring Asian American and Pacific Islanders Heritage Month. As someone who represented and had the honor and privilege to represent the Chinatown community in our city, it gives me great pride to see in our Asian American community not only the fastest community growing in the city of Chicago, but a Chinatown community that continues to grow and is the pride of not only the city, but nationally, one of those Chinatowns that not only have survived in despite of the challenges, continue to thrive and show an example of what communities, immigrant communities can do and the incredible value that they bring to our city, the diversity, the traditions, the vibrancy of the Chinatown community and the multiple communities across the city are truly pearls for our community to continue to protect and support so they continue to thrive. I wanted to recognize, of course, the fact that now we have 2 council members here in the city of Chicago. It is something to recognize that progress can be made when we indeed work in the best interest of the people of the city of Chicago. There's a number of elected officials that continue to represent the Asian American and Pacific Islander community. And to me, it is a great pleasure and honor to continue to be an ally on this struggle. When we see hate rising, it is through solidarity. And I want to commend especially 2 good friends in the box, my good friend, Don Villar, who is a true partner and leader in labor, a true champion of justice that continues to ignite excitement and also resistance in our city. So I want to thank him for all his efforts in labor and to be here with us, and also to Young for her partnership in our last effort to pass the Green Social Housing Ordinance as a chief of policy. That gives me great pleasure to see so many wonderful leaders in our community making a huge difference. Continue to the diversity, the vibrancy, and that legacy for generations to come. I rise in support on behalf of all the 25th Ward, and I thank you always for your support to the city of Chicago. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also stand to support this resolution. And I was hoping to see in the box our former colleague, the first Asian American Pacific Islander and Alderman Amaya Pawar. I was hoping that he would be in the box, as he's really set the tone for representing the AAPI community. And I also was hoping to see Grace Chan McGibbon in the box, someone who fought tirelessly during the recent redistricting to ensure that Chinatown had a majority ward and that we would elect, or strike that, we would position ourselves to elect the first Asian Chinese alderman in the city council. She ended up being appointed first and then getting elected. But nonetheless, Grace in the Chinese community worked tirelessly to make sure that during that redistricting, the Chinatown was in one ward, so we could make sure that there's fair representation. And so I just wanted to stand up and acknowledge and say congratulations on the recognition of Asian American Pacific Islander Month. And again, thank you for everything that you're doing for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Vasquez.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise proudly to be associated with this resolution recognizing Asian American Pacific Islander Month. I really want to thank the leadership of our two colleagues that are members of the community, Lenny Manal Hoppenworth and Nicole Lee. Thank you all so much for your leadership, for the beginning of a caucus, and some of us are working our way through population in our wards to be a part of the family. We know we've got work to do, and we appreciate that we have some representation at the city. Currently, we're at 4.9% of city staff being Asian. We also recognize the population in city 7.2. So although we've made some progress, we've got work to do, and we ask that you all hold us accountable and challenge us to do so. The 40th Ward is proudly 20% Asian American Pacific Islander, and we are the home, or soon to be home, of some great organizations such as the Indo-American Center, Trellis, Chinese Mutual Aid, the Japanese American Service Committee, and many others that really do amazing work on the ground and show a wealth of knowledge, of heritage, culture, and of heart, serving anyone who needs the help, understanding what the challenges are for all of us when we first get here in the US and what it means to get those support systems. And I'm humbled by being a partner, just by the virtue of being here in the 40th. We're also represented in part in the 40th by such amazing leaders as Commissioner Josina Morita, State Senator Wrongfully, State Representative Kevin Olical, State Representative Han Nguyen. It's great to have those kind of colleagues around us to make sure we're doing everything to continue representing our community. And we look forward to continuing to partner to build upon wins such as the TEACH Act, and making sure that we have at the city level the representation in hiring, the representation in city department agency leadership, and really to work to make sure we have the kind of improved language access that we've been fighting for years to try to get out here, and that has not been done. I want to thank folks who I've worked with personally. Young, thank you for all your work. You know how challenging it is to pass legislation here, and we're appreciative of the leadership. Don, to have a partner like you in labor, to kind of be with you and watching like Starbucks workers first unionize, and having that kind of leadership at every level is valued. And then I would be remiss if I didn't shout out Pooja Ravindran, who's right there in the back. Pooja is, Pooja, a lot of the crew here knows Pooja because of the work that we do at the city level. Pooja was our first, our third chief of staff at the office, been there for a number of years, and has moved over to be the policy chief at the Committee on Immigrant and Refugee Rights. Pooja does an amazing job, not only in execution, but sometimes pushing me to be able to do more, to do better. And so I'm appreciative of having a twin like you, and you like when I call us twinsies out here, for your leadership and for making sure that I'm a better leader for it. So thank you all. Zoe as well, didn't want to forget for the work that you've done in helping all us out. Again, make sure you push us. We may be friendly in partnership, but there's always more that we can do. Make sure that you're adding that healthy tension so we continue to move us forward. Thank you so much for everything you do, as well as to our communities and our siblings. And thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Silverstein.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too stand in support of this resolution. I want to wish you a happy Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. As I'm going to piggyback a little on my colleague Alderman Lee, what she said for Jewish American Heritage Month. I think it's no coincidence that they both fall out in the same month. We are always standing together, and we'll continue to do so. Alderwoman Lee and I, just FYI, are planning a Mahjong tournament with my community and your community. So stay tuned on the details with that and be prepared because I'm practicing. Just happy to be here to support. So congratulations.
Thank you. Are there any other alders that wish to speak to this resolution? Chair recognizes Alderwoman Stephanie Coleman.
Thank you both to our colleagues and to this amazing community. It's so good to see. We have not seen each other in person, only via Zoom, but the great leadership here. And I also want to just commend the first Asian American woman to chair the Women's Caucus here in the city of Chicago, and Alderwoman Lee, and the advocacy that you have with housing, and just to uplift this community and say thank you. My nieces love the culture. And I thought that my culture adored Michael Jackson until I went to Chinatown and the karaoke. You all give us a run for our money, but just want to say thank you, and I uplift and celebrate you.
Thank you. If there are no other alders, Alderwoman Nicole Lee is asked to close. Again, are there any other alders that wish to speak? With that, our final speaker, the chair recognizes Alderwoman Nicole Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. And apologies to my colleagues. This is not going to be short. But it's the one time where I can exercise a little bit of privilege. Good afternoon, everyone. It is an incredible honor to stand in support of this resolution celebrating AAPI Heritage Month, not only as a representative of this great city, but as the first Chinese American to ever serve on the City Council of Chicago. I stand here on the shoulders of so many who came before me, who endured, who persevered, and who insisted on their place in this country, even when others didn't always welcome them. This AAPI Heritage Month, we gather to honor those who have committed themselves to public service. Not just elected officials, but all of our AAPI civil servants who quietly, diligently, and powerfully help to run this country. Now, you see a smattering of them here. They didn't show up for the picture, Mr. Mayor, because they were hard at work at their desks. We had to give them a little bit of a curtain call so that they wouldn't be away from their work for too long. That just shows their commitment. But from neighborhood caseworkers to public defenders, from city engineers and laborers to teachers and administrators, AAPIs have been integral to the machinery of government for generations. And yet, their service has often gone unrecognized. Today, we shine a light on them. And we do so with the full understanding that our journey has not been easy. We remember the Japanese American soldiers of the 442nd Regimental Combat Team who fought for democracy abroad while their families were imprisoned in internment camps at home. Among them, the late Senator Daniel Inouye, who returned from war with one arm and rose to become a moral compass in the halls of Congress. And he showed us that public service is not just about policy, but it's about sacrifice and courage. We remember Yuri Kochiyama, who transformed her own internment into a lifelong fight for justice, for Black liberation, for peace, for human rights. Her activism taught us that solidarity among minorities and between communities is not optional, it is essential. We remember Grace Lee Boggs, the great radical philosopher and daughter of Chinese immigrants, who built movements in Detroit and challenged all of us to reimagine what justice, dignity, and transformation really mean. And here in Chicago, we honor the thousands of AAPI civil servants, some whose names in history may never record, who built neighborhoods, maintained public trust, and worked each day to make this city better for all of us. And I would like to mention just a couple. People like Paul Igasaki, who worked under Mayor Harold Washington, and he moved on to the federal government and the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, where his work moved the commission to protect the rights of all Americans, helping to establish standards for sexual and racial harassment in the United States. To more locally here, Jane Lau at the Chicago Board of Elections, for decades ensuring access to citizens to the ballot box. and my own father and role model, Gene Lee, who served the city for more than 30 years in various roles. And this year also marks two significant milestones in AAPI history that I would be remiss not to acknowledge. And Alderman Villegas started this earlier with our Vietnam veterans. It's been 50 years since the fall of Saigon, and that was a moment that reshaped this country's immigrant history. In the decades since, Vietnamese, Cambodian, Laotian, and Hmong families, many fleeing war, rebuilt their lives here in America, including here in Chicago. They became workers, students, public servants, and today their children and grandchildren are leading the way. Just look at Han Nguyen up on the north side. And this year we mark what would have been Vincent Chin's 70th birthday. And if you don't know the name Vincent Chin, Google it. Vincent Chin's murder in 1982 was a turning point. A young Chinese American man beaten to death in Detroit by auto workers who blamed Japan for their job losses. That was the night before he was getting married. His death ignited a civil rights movement, and his mother, Lily Chin, turned her grief into advocacy. The AAPI community learned to speak with one voice and to demand justice. Their stories and our own remind us that representation is not symbolic, it's essential. So to all of the AAPI government workers, whether you work behind a desk or in front of a camera, whether you're new to the job or retiring after 30 years, thank you. You've built trust where there was fear, and you created possibility where there was none. You are the legacy we honor this month and every month. But we know honoring this legacy is not enough, and we must build on it. So I stand here before you today, not just with pride, but with purpose, to promise to lead with integrity, with courage, and an unwavering commitment to the generations yet to come. And to the young people watching, whether you're the child of immigrants or an immigrant yourself, this city is yours, and your voice belongs in every room. We will not stay quiet. We will lift our voices, not to speak over others, but to speak with clarity, with strength, and solidarity. Because representation is not the end of the road, it's the beginning of our new chapter. And let us write that together. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Alderwoman. Thank you. Well said. So again, some of the names we just want to just lift up: Christopher Yang and Cindy Chan Rubik, Chris Brown, Jung Yoon, Jai Khalil, Ann Zhang, Vig, Christian Morthy, Steve Chung, Malahi Samadi, Mahir Bawa. We've heard the name Don Villar enough today. No, Don Villar again, and to all of the individuals that are in the box. For the Asian American, but the AAPI community is such a strong and proud and vibrant community. Such rich culture and traditions and a history that can be found really in every corner of our city. You all have made such an indelible contribution to, and you've achieved such greatness across many fields, including science, literature, activism, and arts. You are making great strides in every level of government, both here in Chicago and across the country. As my administration continues to grow with well over 6% of the AAPI community being reflected in the administration, it is a true remarkable testament to the alders that are part of this body. Alders Nicole Lee and Mana Hoppenworth, and to all of the Asian American and Pacific Islanders who represent our city at various levels of government. This month, we are coming together to celebrate and uplift and support and advocate for all of the respective communities that represent our AAPI community. Our city is what it is today because of our diversity and the rich mixture of talent and values and cultures and traditions and heritage. They all together make Chicago truly a global city, and we can never lose sight of that. And so this month, and really every month, we need to continue to learn from one another, celebrate the Asian American Pacific Islander communities, and to embrace the shared humanity of what I constantly refer to as the soul of Chicago. And so with that, we thank you, we see you, we value you, and we celebrate you. So here's to AAPI Heritage Month. Alderman Mitchell, can I get a motion for the passage of this resolution?
Mr. President, I move passes in the, of this resolution in the omnibus.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Alderman Mitchell.
Mr. President, I move that we return to the regular order of business.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Alderwoman Sam Nugent wishes to participate in today's meeting remotely as stated in Rules 59. Madam Clerk, can you confirm her presence online?
Alderwoman Nugent.
Alderman Nugent is present. Thank you, Mr. President.
Can I get a motion to approve the remote participation of Alderwoman Sam Nugent? It's been moved. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed say nay. The motion passes. Now for communications.
Communications from His Honor the Mayor to the Honorable the City Council of the City of Chicago. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Chief Financial Officer and the Commissioner of Aviation, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the issuance of Chicago O'Hare International Airport Senior Lien Revenue Bond and Chicago Midway International Airport Senior Lien Revenue Bond. Your favorite consideration of the ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the forgiveness of existing debt and the release of the regulatory agreement for Leyland Apartments. For favorable consideration, this ordinance be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, the request of Commissioner of Housing, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the issuance of financial assistance for the LeClaire Accord Apartments project. For favorable consideration, this ordinance be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith ordinance authorizing the execution of 65th Amendment to the Services Agreement for Somercor 504 Inc. For favor consideration, this ordinance to be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the sale and transfer of San Miguel Apartments located at 907 West Argyle Street. For favor consideration, this ordinance to be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the expansion and funding of the Corridor Manager Marketing Program in the Bronzeville Priority Corridor of adding 47th Street from Cottage Grove to Prairie Avenue. Favorable consideration, this ordinance to be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the execution of redevelopment agreement with Twisted Egg Roll LLC for the provision of neighborhood opportunity funds. For favorable consideration, this ordinance to be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Budget and Government Operations. Ladies and gentlemen, I request the Budget Director, I transmit herewith a Fund 925 budget amendment. For favorable consideration, this ordinance to be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Budget and Government Operations. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing an amendment of 2025 budget and execution of a service provider agreement with Uptown United for Special Service Area Number 34. Your favorable consideration, this ordinance to be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith ordinances authorizing favorable tax incentive classifications to specified properties located within the city. Your favorable consideration, this ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Fleet and Facility Management, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the execution of an amended intergovernmental agreement with the Board of Trustees of the University of Illinois for use of property located at 1713 South Ashland Avenue. For favorable consideration, this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing a land sale of the execution of redevelopment agreement with Clariton Associates Incorporated with the City Lots for Working Families Program. Your favor and consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request for the Commissioner of Housing, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the sale of city-owned properties located at 505 to 508 North Monticello Avenue to Citizens Building a Better Community LLC. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor for the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, the request of Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith ordinances authorizing the sale of city-owned properties. Your favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor for the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Housing, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the sale of a city-owned vacant panel located at 7149 South Dobson Avenue to Habitat for Humanity Chicago. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor for the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Fleet and Facility Management, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the execution of a renewal lease agreement with Skyway Concession Company LLC for the use of the property located in 3154 East 95th Street. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor for the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, I have appointed Kenneth Burnett as member of the Chicago Low Income Housing Trust Fund Board for a term effective immediately and expiring December 31st, 2026 to succeed Andrew Greer, whose term has expired. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor for the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmit here with appointments to various special service areas. Your favorable consideration of these appointments will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor for the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmit here with appointments to the Shoreline Advisory Board. Your favorable consideration of these appointments will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Environmental Protection and Energy. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmit here with appointments to the Advisory Council on Special Events and Cultural Affairs. Your favorable consideration of these ordinances or these appointments will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Special Events and Cultural Affairs and Recreation. I, City Clerk Valencia, inform the City Council that all those matters which were considered by City Council at the regular meeting held on May 7, 2025, which were required by statute to be published in a book or pamphlet form or in one or more newspapers, were published in pamphlet form on May 21st, 2025 by being printed in full text and printed pamphlet copies of the Journal of the Proceedings of City Council, City of Chicago. I, City Clerk Valencia, also transmit herewith the following miscellaneous communications or reports requiring City Council action: zoning reclassification of particular areas, which referred to the Committee on Zoning Landmarks and Building Standards, claims against the City of Chicago, which referred to the Committee on Finance, recommendation by Commission on Chicago Landmarks for designation of Morning Baptist Church in 3993 South Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Drive as a Chicago landmark, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning Landmarks and Building Standards, and recommendation by Commission on Chicago Landmarks for designation of Harris Trust and Savings Bank at 111 West Monroe Street as a Chicago landmark, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning Landmarks and Building Standards. Your Honor, that concludes the reports and communications from the mayor and other city officers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. For our committees, Finance, the chair recognizes Chairwoman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the City Council. Reporting for the City Council's Committee on Finance, which held a committee meeting on May 19th, 2025. The following items received a due pass recommendation from the committee. Item number 1 is an ordinance authorizing a one-time fee waiver for the Metropolitan Water Reclamation District of Greater Chicago for the construction project located at 111 East Erie Street in the 42nd Ward. Mr. President, unless someone wishes to speak on this item, I move passage of this item by a roll call vote.
Seeing no hands, members of the City Council, please use your e-vote application to record your vote at this time.
All right, it is open. Please refresh your screens. The vote is now open. Refresh your screens or raise your hand if you need support. Thank you. look at everyone using their e-devices. I love it. All right, Alderman LaSpada.
Aye.
Alderman LaSpada, is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Alderwoman Scott.
Yes.
Alderman Conway.
Yes.
Alderwoman Mitz. Not in chambers. Alderwoman Nugent.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, hey, there's Alderwoman Mitz is a yes, right on time. All right, Mitz and Nugent are a yes. Anyone else vote? Okay. The voting is now closed.
Very well. There are 49 yeas, 0 nays. This matter has passed. Alderman Mitchell on the motion to reconsider.
I move to reconsider the vote.
All those in favor of the reconsideration of this vote signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say no. This motion fails. Chair recognizes Chairwoman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 2 is a communication transmitting reports of cases in which verdicts, judgments, or settlements were entered into for the month of April 2025. This will be placed on file with the clerk. Item number 3A is an order authorizing the Corporation Council to enter into and execute settlement order in the case of Chicago Parking Meters LLC versus City of Chicago Department of Finance, AAA, in the amount of $15.5 million. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 3B is an order authorizing Corporation Council to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of Brianna Keys versus City of Chicago in the amount of $5 million. I move passage of this item by the same vote as applied to item 3A, with the exception of Alderman Conway, Alderman Quinn, Alderman Lopez, Alderman O'Shea, Cardona, Spizzato, Riley, Silverstein, and Nugent, who all wish to be recorded as voting no on this item.
Chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President, and again, good afternoon, colleagues. I rise in opposition to this lawsuit. It's unfortunate what happened, but as we heard during committee, this is a situation where services were offered, services were refused, services were refused again, and now we are on the hook for $5 million. We have to stop setting precedent for just settling every single time in this room. We continue to set new precedents and issue new settlements. And it's not just related to police misconduct, it's related to anything that we can be sued for. We have to learn to say no. We have to learn that some situations, while tragic, are not necessarily our fault. They are not the responsibility of taxpayers. I remember the details of this, but I also know that we have seen time and time again, especially over the last several months, where acts of God are things that we're now settling. We are not God's piggy bank. We cannot keep doing this because we know that there are hundreds of other settlements that are coming down the pike. And by continuing down this path of creating a whole new cottage industry for unscrupulous lawyers to take advantage of, we are putting taxpayers at risk again for a generation. Because once you start saying, okay, we're going to pay for this, going to pay for that, there's no stopping that gravy train moving forward. And let me just remind you, ladies and gentlemen, some of the acts of God that we've paid for. We've had tree limbs break several months later, and somehow we've managed to settle for that. We've had cracked sidewalks that we didn't repair in the blink of an eye that have cost us $250,000. We have a whole network of bike lanes throughout the city of Chicago that, if not properly maintained, we've already begun paying out because cyclists hit a piece of debris and fell. And as I think even further, we've even paid out for when people have been drunk and missed the sign and drove off a ramp, because somehow that was our fault too. I know it's not easy. It's hard when we understand and our sympathies are played on and pulled on, but we have to say no. We have to start defending ourselves and not just looking for the easy way out, because in the long run, while we hear about fiduciary responsibilities, this is costing us more. This will continue to grow, and it will continue to be an issue that we are going to deal with. As the police settlements decline, new settlements will take its place. And with that, I would ask for a roll call vote on this settlement.
Very well. Alderman Napolitano, were you trying to speak? No. So there's anyone else? Okay, the chair recognizes, there are a few folks that want to speak. The chair recognizes Alders Rodriguez Sanchez, and then Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to speak to the fact that this is not a frivolous lawsuit. This person lost her legs because the police failed to protect her. The idea that services were offered and were rejected, I think that that is a very flawed analysis when you're talking about somebody that is suffering a mental health crisis. The reason why we're being sued and the reason why it is important that we take this lawsuit seriously and compensate this person is because we don't have the tools right now to be able to care for people. So we have delegated that to police. And because we have delegated that to police, and police is not being able to serve that function, we are being sued. So I do believe that we have a responsibility, that we have to protect people. So we definitely should expand and strengthen the systems of care so that we can delegate this to people who actually can do that work. Because if we had a mental health crisis response unit at that point that officer could have called, we wouldn't be here today. And that is way cheaper than paying for this settlement. Our care teams cost us $4 million a year. We're paying $5 million in this lawsuit because we didn't have the tools to help this person. In my community, this has happened. We have had people in negative temperatures outside, and I can guarantee you that my community is not going to let somebody get frostbite. So we should be able to expect from police officers to do everything that they can to protect somebody that is out in the cold. So I really want to encourage everybody to vote yes on this settlement. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with actually both parties on this case here. I want to say this, and we've asked our corporation counsel to do more in the frame of risk management, mitigation, and bringing us cases that we know potentially are losers to us earlier so that we can save the taxpayers' dollars. I agree, there are cases that we should fight, but when we do fight, we need to go to court with a better set of facts than this. Meaning that if we see a woman in sub-freezing weather in a robe with no shoes on, and we don't do something beyond say she refused services, this is not the set of facts that we want to go into court with. I mean, just think about that. Do you really want to send her into court with those sets of facts? This is what we've asked her to do, to bring the cost of litigation down, and then we go through these conversations, spend $2 million on legal fees, and get a crazy verdict. Again, we've asked her to do a job, and she's doing the job that we've asked her to do. Now, if we want to reject that, fine, put some money on the table. Put some money on the table. Nobody wants to put the money on the table. Put your money on the table. when it comes down to say no to these settlements, because we got one today that cost us another almost $1 million that we said no to. Put your money on the table to make these decisions. And again, sending her into court with a bad set of facts is not right. It goes against what our responsibility is. Yes, I agree with the alder. Say we do need to have better training for our officers. Make sure we keep the care teams in place. The $4 million to cover the whole program we just blew, plus another 25% in this one settlement. So again, let's be rational and honest about these situations. Again, I want to send her to court to fight some of these cases. But again, with a better set of facts than what we have been presented with today. I hope that we can kind of see beyond the rhetoric. I understand we want to play politics, but again, these are real dollars, because the dollars that we think we're going to spend today, we continue to wait, they're going to be more. This isn't the only case that looks like this. You got the other one coming up right behind this one, plus some other ones in the queue. So again, we got to be a little more judicious in our thinking and not continue to play politics around these settlements, trying to please a certain narrative, because at the end of the day, the taxpayers are losing. Right now, we're gonna cough up another, was it 685, ma'am, that we're gonna cough up because we didn't make the right decision last year. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Sposato.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't plan on speaking on this. I just planned on being a simple no, and thanks for acknowledging me, Madam Chair, because I forgot to tell you I was a no. But I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is, okay? This has to stop, people. It has to stop. It's a two-way street. It can't be a one-way street. Only we could lose, but you could win. That ain't right, okay? This is a sad situation. Where was her family? Her family didn't take her in. She didn't live with her own family, okay? She refused. She didn't want to go with the police. I don't know what more we could have done. It was a weird thing. I mean, you see somebody out on the street in her robe and no shoes, okay? You refuse a ride. She said she's afraid to go with the police because she don't want to get killed by the police. We're damned if we do, damned if we didn't. I could guarantee anybody here, we'd be here with an opposite thing. If they forced her in that car, we'd be being sued because they forced her in the car. So I'm not going to blame anybody. I'm not going to blame the call taker. I'm not going to blame the police. I'm not going to blame anybody. It's an unfortunate thing. I just don't think we should be paying $5 million for this. I'm a strong no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Vasquez.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It's really interesting how people have no understanding about mental health issues, and yet we're the ones having to vote on things. Somehow there's some expectation that someone going through a mental health issue can self-diagnose and say, hey, by the way, I have a mental health issue, or that because they're doing so of sound mind and body. Any single person in here, we may agree, we may not agree, we may fight about a million things. I'm pretty confident that any person in here driving in any street in the city of Chicago at 5-degree weather, if they see a woman in a bathrobe without any shoes out in the cold, will do everything possible to make sure they're taken care of. And if that person said, you know what, I'm afraid of getting into your car, you know what a grown-up would do? Hey, guess what? We're just gonna wait here. We'll see if an ambulance will come by, or maybe a fire department, or someone who you might feel safer with, to make sure you're okay. That's just decency. And so I think, I know it gets very tense in here, and I'll be honest, I don't blame the officers. I think they may not have even known how to deal with the issue. There were new officers trying to identify how to solve a problem. To Alderman Sposato's point, which I agree, they may have felt a concern that if we actually put somebody in the vehicle, we might see a lawsuit because of that. So I don't think this is about being punitive of someone making a tough decision in a situation as such. But again, any single one of us seeing a woman in a bathrobe, no shoes on in the cold, isn't just going to keep driving. They're going to figure out, no matter how long they have to wait, who else is going to provide services. So when someone who feels like they have not gotten that service from the city then feels like they're going to take it into a lawsuit, and based on the evidence of facts, we may lose the case, the lawyers decide to settle. This isn't about putting your money where your mouth is. It's about putting the city's money where your mouth is. It is every single taxpayer that doesn't want to see their property taxes raised, that then has to look at a budget where we only budget $82 million for settlements, and we blow past through that before the second quarter of the year. So it's not about your dollars. It's not about what's in your pocket. It's about the fact that every single time we come here, we have $1 billion deficit because of pension debt, because of misconduct settlement, and then when we have to pay for this stuff, no one wants to vote on the revenue to do so. So stop talking out of both sides of your neck just because you want to cater to whatever crowd you're speaking to. If you're not willing to pay the bill, then accept the cheaper bill and take the settlement. That's what we're talking about here. And again, not an indictment on the officers. It's a tough call, but have some decency out here. know better. And if someone's got a mental health issue, maybe you're not going to trust the answers they give you, and you're going to think about their safety first. That's what we're trying to do. So when we're talking about crisis response, care teams, and everything else, put some money up there so we don't have to pay as much now for settlements. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Fuentes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this is a case that shows us that when we are having discussions around these settlements, we should look at them to also implore us to think about the solutions that we need to create, right? A woman in a robe with no shoes on, in real cold weather, shows that she's incapable of thinking of her own safety in that moment, right? Maybe we should have called the ambulance. We have tools in our possession to be able to ensure that she is hospitalized and safe, both getting treatment for the physical impact of being in the cold, but also the mental health crisis that's very evident in that moment. I'm interested in maybe putting a think tank together around every time we have one of these settlements, what could have been in place to prevent that incident from taking place. Because it's not just incidents with CPD, we're watching settlements happen on multiple different subject matters, right? Whether those are streets and sanitation issues, infrastructure issues, or in this case, the city not having the tools in our possession to be able to help someone that's facing a serious crisis. Look, I asked for folks to consider, you know, if this was someone in your community, right? Would you have ensured that she would have received the help that she needed? You know, in December, when we were housing people in my tent encampment, I had someone overdosing who was refusing help, but evidently overdosing. It was our responsibility to ensure that no matter what that individual was saying at that time, that the city showed up and provide that individual services. I think that that should be the case in every incident that we see with constituents across the city. And so we have to be thoughtful about this, right? It's not sort of the settlement that we want to cough up the dollars for, but it's an incident that we have to assume responsibility for. I understand the concerns around how much money that we are having to pay. I often struggle with it as well, because every time we settle something like this, I think about all the areas that that money could have gone to, right? And we're all thinking about budget this upcoming period, the deficit that we're facing. But we could pay a lot more if we don't settle this. In fact, we could pay triple the amount. And I don't know if that's the horse I want to bet on. So I implore folks to vote yes on this settlement, not just to be fiduciary responsible, but to also consider that we have not invested in the tools that we need to have in order to prevent incidents like this from taking place. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Before the chairwoman closes, are there any other alders that wish to speak to this item? Seeing no other hands, the chair recognizes Chairwoman Dow.
You know, thank you, Mr. President. You know, we call ourselves leaders in here. We have to be leaders with compassion. Leadership requires compassion. If this was your mother or your sister and a police rolled up on her and she's standing out there without shoes in the snow in 5-degree weather, what would you want them to do? You'd want them to call the ambulance. You want them to take her to the hospital, even if she didn't want to go. That did not happen in this case. So we can talk about, you know, we don't want to pay these settlements, but this is a settlement that we should all be unanimous yes on. Leadership with compassion requires that we take the right stance, and in this case, the right stance is to vote yes on this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a motion on the floor for a roll call vote for item 3B. Madam Clerk, if you can prepare this item to be voted on. Alders, please use your e-vote application to offer up your vote at this time.
All right, the vote is now open. The vote is now open. Please refresh your e-device. The vote is now open. All right, I will now call on those who have not used the e-device. Alderman Laspada.
Yes.
Laspada is a yes. Alderwoman Scott.
Yes.
Scott is a yes. Alderman Conway.
No.
Conway is a no. Alderwoman Nugent.
No.
Nugent is a no. All right, the voting is now closed.
There are 36 yeas, 13 nays. The motion passes. Alderman Mitchell on the motion to reconsider.
Mr. President, move to reconsider the vote.
All those in favor of the reconsideration of this vote signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say no. This motion fails. The chair recognizes Chairwoman Dow.
Item number 3C is an order authorizing Corporation Counsel to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of Leonard Gibson versus Ronald Watts et al. In the amount of $1.2 million. I move passage of this item by the same motion as applied to item 3A, with the exception of Alderman Moore, who wishes to be recorded as voting no on this item.
Hearing no other objections, despite the division, this motion carries.
Item number 3D is an order authorizing the Corporation Counsel to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of Chicago John Velez versus City of Chicago et al. In the amount of $8.25 million. I move passage of this item by the same motion as applied to item 3A, with the exception of Alderman Lopez, Alderman Quinn, Cardona, Spizzato, and Riley, who all wish to be recorded as voting no on this item.
Chair recognizes Alderman Gardner.
I'd like to be recorded as a no as well.
Very well, please. Alderman Napolitano, the chair recognizes.
Mr. President, I'd like to be recorded as a no as well.
Very well. Are there any other alders that wish to be recorded as a no? The chair recognizes Alderwoman Tabarez. Very well. Chair recognizes Alderman Bill, who wishes also to be recognized as a no. Is that a motion? All right, very well. The chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. How much extra?
4.
No, how much extra do we have to spend on this? Because we didn't settle this last year.
625,000.
600, another 625 down the toilet because we can't make a decision. This makes no sense, ladies and gentlemen. If we don't trust Corporation Counsel, then we got to deal with something else. We ask her to bring these cases that make sense for us to settle so we don't have to continue to saddle the taxpayers, not only with the legal costs, the legal fees, and continue running up the clock on these cases. Again, these are the types of cases we need to settle because they are bad cases. I understand that we want to do what we want to do, but again, we have a responsibility to the taxpayers. And again, if we want to fight over a case, let's send her into court with a better set of facts than what we have in these cases. Again, we have to trust our Corporation Counsel. Yes, we should ask questions to make sure that what she's telling us makes sense. But again, we have to trust. I mean, this woman's got eons of experience. There's nobody else in this room, probably other than Jim Montgomery, that was sitting there with the experience level for us to sit back and trust. Now, if we don't trust her, then that's a different conversation. But I trust Mary Richardson Lowry and the team of people that she works with. If we don't, then we got to do something else, because sending her to court in these circumstances only runs up the bill, as we had the opportunity to not do a year ago. Now here we go, another $600,000 on this bill that we could have settled last year for less money. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Spizzato.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, I mean, no disrespect toward Corporation Counsel. The chair of Snow White takes this serious. I ask a lot of questions I think are legit. Sometimes I come to the hearings. I think sometimes they see me, they shudder when I'm there. They're like, Spizzato's here again. But then let's just eliminate the briefings. We don't need to have them. Let's just go over Corporation Counsel says. Why are we having these briefings then? If we're just going to do what they say, we don't need to do this. Why are we wasting any time dragging people down there, sitting in? The last one was 2 hours. Let's just forget about it. Whatever they say, I'm all for it. Then whatever Corporation Counsel says, that's what we'll go with. Forget the briefing, forget anything. We'll just go back to the old days, and whatever Corporation Council says, we support it. Maybe that's what we need to do. Maybe that's something we need to talk about. I like the way it's done. I like to be able to hear what's going on in private and everything. So I think I'm making the right decision. I try to base mine off of facts. I think I asked legitimate, good questions. So, but maybe we want to consider eliminating this. But once again, no disrespect towards you, Corporation Council, or your gals or guys that handle these things. But I think I'm doing the right thing when I'm voting no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll try to do my best to keep it brief. I think I've, in my experience in work, even before government, it's about trust but verify, right? I think people pick and choose who they want to trust. People either feel somebody's unimpeachable or they have problems with it. We have the superintendent where people go, the police superintendent, where people are like, I trust everything he's saying, right? So we pick and choose who we want to trust. I'd prefer to verify. And so when Alderman Villegas introduced an ordinance to try to establish a portal so we can track the settlements, we need that. I need to know how many settlements we actually have going on, how much is being spent, what are the laws that are being challenged, why are we being sued, so we can track trends and actually address how to make sure we do things better to not find ourselves in that problem. I'd also like to track it for the same thing that we all seem to discuss over here, why we want to settle and why we don't. Let's put it up and see how many of them that we say we're going to take to trial are we losing and how much. Let's get the tracking on that so it's not necessarily about somebody's belief or visceral gut instinct and more about the data, because we're losing money when we're not making smart decisions. So that's all I'd say, and thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Dill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it has just come to my attention that the cost of this extra settlement is because we outsourced it. We're not trying these cases in-house. Well, that has no reflection on Corporation Council. But if we start trying these things in-house instead of outsourcing them, that's where the cost gets driven up. So when we start talking about trusting our Corporation Council and what we need to start doing, we need to start bringing this stuff in-house, because the outside lawyers are the ones making all the money. That's your $600,000-$700,000 that drove the cost up. It wasn't the decision that this body made to send this back to try to look to see if we can try to minimize our damages. Our damages are outsourcing. Bring it in-house and let's see what happens. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, there's a motion on the floor for the roll call. The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
First hand up, but that's all right. Again, good afternoon, Mr. President.
Good afternoon.
Members of the City Council. This matter was settled July 2024. This body, the Finance Committee, said no in a vote that was overwhelming, if I'm not mistaken. And to my colleague's point about outside counsel, $2 million to have those individuals who are hired to help our law department and our Corporation Council make decisions, $2 million to come up with, we can't figure out how to depose people properly. The failure is on those individuals who say that they are hired to put our best interest first. Are we getting our $2 million back for a job not well done? Because if that's the case, then sure, let's settle. Because then we'll come out ahead $1.5 million, even in spite of this. But that's not going to be the case. We're going to pay for bed as council. We're going to pay, and that's continuous, time and time again on all of these lawsuits. This body, the Finance Committee, made a decision. The law department chose to ignore that decision and keep this alive, keep this going. Because in 2024, we're now going to court in 2026, which means for 2 years they were planning on not listening to what this body did, hoping to get a better day when the votes were more in their favor. You talk about the politics of these settlements, that's the politics of these settlements, when you manipulate this body time and time again to get a desired outcome. You want to rail about something, rail about that. All 50 of us are being manipulated by the folks who come here and say, hey, this is what we have to do. Am I happy that it's more? No. Do I think we case? Damn right. Because the next one's no better. Same gang, same actors, same nonsense. We should be talking about what we're doing to disrupt those folks, as opposed to what we're doing to try to motivate outside counsel to do what they need to do for us. We've said no. We need to say no again. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Chair recognizes Alderman Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to opine on this briefly. And I hear our colleague from the 28th Ward, Alderman Irvin, talking about whether or not, don't we trust the corporate counsel, or don't we trust the law department? I don't think anybody in this room has more experience with dealing with the law department or corporate counsel over the last 5 years than me. I've been sued repeatedly, frivolous lawsuits, repeatedly. And I can't, you talk about put up your own money. I've paid hundreds of thousands of dollars of my own money. And I can't get representation from corporate counsel. I've been talking about this for 5 years. Been talking about it with you, Alderman Irvin. And you even say when we're talking one-on-one, this is ridiculous. Why don't they represent you? That's a great question. I have an email from the former corporate counsel, Mark Flessner, after he left here and said, Alderman Gardner, the reason why I didn't represent you when you were here, when you were being sued in your capacity as an alderman, is because then Mayor Lightfoot told me not to represent you. And then I see these people all around here getting sued. And guess who they're getting represented by? Guess who's paying their bills? Corporate counsel. So I don't know. Somebody tell me, is it the color of my skin? Is it the way that I vote? How do I get represented here? Like everybody else in here when you get sued. And that's the truth. So you're asking me, do I trust corporate counsel? Do I trust the 5th floor? Do I trust the 6th floor? Hell no. Hell no. Where's the inspector general? Besides bringing some frivolous, idiotic investigation into me and start doing some investigation there, why am I not getting represented like every single alderman in here currently and in the past that have been represented financially? And I can't get that same type of respect, that same type of service. I don't want anything more than was legally obligated. That's all I've been asking for. So to answer your question, do I trust them or put up your own money? I've been putting up my money, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Do I trust them? Hell no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Chairwoman Dow. Okay.
Whether you trust the corporation counsel or not, let me just say, y'all need to show up at the briefings and ask these questions. Some people just talk here and just to be talking. Come to the briefings and ask your questions. And then when someone like Alderman Spizzato or Alderman Lopez speaks who come to the briefings, like E.F. Hutton, will listen. With that, Mayor, call the roll.
Very well. So there is a motion on the floor for a roll call vote for, was this item 3C? Is that correct?
Yeah.
3D? Which one is it? It's 3D. My apologies. It's a motion on the floor for roll call vote for item 3D. Madam Clerk, thank you for your support here. Members of the City Council, please use your e-vote application to record your vote.
The voting
you
is
do it
now open. The voting is now open. Please use your e-device. Voting is now open. Hit refresh if you need to. All right, I will now call those who didn't not use their e-device for a voice vote. Alderman LaSpada.
Yes.
LaSpada is a yes. Alderman O'Shea. O'Shea is a no. Alderwoman Scott.
No.
Scott is a no. Alderman Conway.
Yes.
Conway is a yes. Alderwoman Nugent.
Yes.
Nugent is a yes. All right, the voting is now closed. Scott is a no. There you go. Okay, the voting is closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. There are 35 yeas. There are 14 nays. This motion passes. Alderman Mitchell on the motion to reconsider.
Move to reconsider the vote.
All those in favor of the reconsideration of this vote signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say no. This motion fails. The chair recognizes Chairwoman Dow.
Item number 3E is an order authorizing the Corporation Council to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of John Galvin versus Switsky et al. In the amount of $20 million. Arthur Alamendarez and versus Switsky et al. Case number 23 in 23 CV 3165 in the amount of $20 million. And Francisco Nanez versus Switsky et al. In the amount of $8 million. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote on the Committee on Finance report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Very well. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Items number 4 and 5 consist of orders of authorization for the payment of various small claims against the City of Chicago and the denial of payments of various small claims against the City of Chicago. If there are no objections, I move that these items be placed for passage in the omnibus.
Hearing none, so ordered.
That concludes my report, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next committee is the Committee on Aviation. Sorry, the next committee is the Committee on Budget. Chair recognizes Chairman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the City Council. Reporting for the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations, which held a committee meeting on May 19th. The committee has a series of reports recommending passage of the following items. Item number 1 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance for redevelopment agreement with Mayafa Redemption Project, Inc. to provide neighborhood opportunity funds for the interior conversion of a church located at 4241 West Washington Boulevard to the Mayafa Center for Arts and Activism in the 28th Ward. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Items 2 through 11 are transfers between various wards and committees, including the 9th Ward, the 23rd Ward, the 26th Ward, the Committee on Landmark Zoning and Building Standards, the 29th Ward, the 30th Ward, the 31st Ward, the Committee on Health and Human Relations, Committee on Economic Capital and Technology Development, and the 45th Ward. I make the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, Committee on Aviation. The chair recognizes Chairman O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for your Committee on Aviation, which held a meeting on Tuesday, May 20th, 2025. You could just give me 1 second, sir. We get a drum roll? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. President, the committee has a series of reports recommending passage of the following items. Item number 1, appointment 2025-001-7148. The appointment of Michael J. McMurray to Commissioner of the Chicago Department of Aviation. Mr. President, before I move passage, I'm certain quite a few of us would like to speak. Respectfully, I would ask if I could lead off.
Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mike McMurray has a long history in both the private and public sector. He has had leadership roles going back many years in this building. He served as managing deputy commissioner of the Department of Aviation, managing deputy commissioner of General Services. He served in a leadership role as a deputy commissioner in procurement. He has more than 25 years of experience in transportation and infrastructure. He has a bachelor's degree from Northwestern University, a law degree from the University of Michigan. He has worked in leadership roles with both Globetrotters and the Chicago branch of White & Company, working on major projects that have benefited our city. There is no person that I believe is more prepared to serve as a strong leader of the Chicago Department of Aviation, to succeed a strong leader of the Chicago Department of Aviation than Michael J. McMurray. I'd like to recognize many of our Department of Aviation staff who are here today in the gallery, many, many more who are out at both O'Hare and Midway International Airports working hard on behalf of our great city. A few weeks ago, when the rumors started to circulate, sir, that you were looking at Mike McMurray, I started to make some phone calls. I called some people that many of us in this room know from prior administrations, many who were regarded as strong leaders in departments going back many years. Every single person I talked to talked about Mike McMurray as a man of honor, a man of integrity, someone who likes to collaborate, someone who's willing to make difficult decisions, to hold people accountable, to bring in the better minds, to work to solve a problem. I heard that over and over again. I was told, you'd be lucky to get him. I was told, I don't see how Pat Cermak lets him go. But Mike McMurray was willing to leave the private sector to come and lead this important department, to work with the wonderful leadership staff we have currently at the Department of Aviation, to work on the TAP, to work on these important concession agreements we have to get done, to work to make our 2 international airports the best they can be, to make sure that we are connecting globally, to modernize, to expand, to continue to create jobs. On behalf of everybody on the Committee on Aviation and the people in this council, I want you to know we're all here to support you and do whatever we can. In closing, I'd like to recognize your wonderful family. How proud you must be, and how lucky we all are. Thank you, Mike. Thank you for your willingness to take on this challenge. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Chairman. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am standing proudly to say that how proud I am that one, that Mike agreed to come back and do this job for us. But what we get is a real esteemed, valued leader who's going to come here, roll up his sleeves, dig in, not just work with aviation and all the partners there, but to work with us as a body. So today, I'm saying to you, I appreciate you coming back. Known you for 100 years. You've been around forever in city government and left, and then to come back, I really appreciate you making that kind of commitment. I think that aviation is going to be a great place for you to work with the entire city to help us get the rest of the stuff done that we need to get finished over there. So I appreciate you. I appreciate your leadership, your history, all the value experience that you bring to that department. I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the acting commissioner, Tracy Payne, who has done a really good job in standing in that seat. And so we are excited. I look forward to working with you as a member of aviation and being helpful in any way that I can to move and to make our airports the shining stars that I know that they can be. I'm super thrilled about having you sit in that seat and having the opportunity to work with you. So thank you. With that, I will be yes.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Mike Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. And to you, Mr. McMurray, I wanted to say that I'm looking forward to your leadership. Our city needs it. The facts are that O'Hare International Airport, Midway International Airport are extremely important to our economy. They need a leader like yourself that brings such vast experience to the job. I think you're going to do a great job there. The fact is that, you know, as a member of the Latino caucus, it's very important for me and all of our members to make sure that there's equity in contracts. And I've got to give credit where credit's due. Jamie Reed did an excellent job there. And I think you're going to carry that on because I've seen your history. I know about your inclusive leadership. I'm very excited to be a part of working with you to make that happen. I also want to take a moment to thank Chairman for being so open about this nomination, really for everything. We were invited to a briefing with you. I believe you reached out to every member of the committee, possibly of council, if I'm not mistaken. And that speaks to your diligence, and it speaks to your willingness to engage. And we will be engaging a whole heck of a lot in your tenure here. So I want to congratulate you, Chairman, and you, Mayor, for an excellent appointment here. I look forward to the work ahead. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Michael, congratulations on taking this position. I like when I see the resume from public to private, then back to public. You see what it is that you can do in order to expedite getting work done. I've known you over 10 years, and I've followed your career, and we have become friends. And when you were nominated, I remember talking to you, and I was like, White and Company did drug testing because I wasn't sure why you were coming back to the public sector. But let me just say that I'm excited that you did take that opportunity to come back to the private sector, because we really need to take that TAP project off. We need to get it off, take off, pardon the pun. But we need to get that project going. It appears to be stalled a little bit since the departure of the former commissioner. But you have some big shoes to fill, and I know that you will fill them. The other thing I wanted to just talk briefly about is around the Minority Women Business Enterprise Program and making sure that we are truly getting local firms. We have one of the largest opportunities as it relates to concessions. We want to make sure that neighborhoods are participating on this once-in-a-generational opportunity. And I know that given your history with this department and with the city, and just as a person, I know that you'll take that into consideration when your team is working. I think it's going to be incumbent upon us to get out the way. You're being appointed, you're going to be unanimously confirmed today. And government, whether it's the fifth floor or the city council, just get out the way and allow you to do your work so we can make sure that planes are taking off on time, the gate issues are settled, people are consuming goods at the concession stands and just creating economic activity in one of the largest economic engines in the region. Now, the TAP is one project, but we also Western Access, completion of the OMP. I mean, there's just tons of projects that are out there, and we need to make sure that we're providing you the necessary tools to succeed. And so, again, congratulations to you, and congratulations to your family for allowing Mr. McMurray to be away from you for a little while he is going to be busy taking on one of the largest infrastructure projects in the region, almost $10 billion worth of construction activity that's going to be going on. And so we want to apologize ahead of time for taking him away from you, but it's all for the good of the city. And thank you for allowing him to be there. And my good friend, Pat Cermak, thank you for allowing him to come back into public sector. I know that he's going to be missed, but I'm sure that you guys will do well. And so, again, I'm just very excited to see you, Mike, back in government, especially in this role. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Derek Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I first want to congratulate you on this appointment. I think Mike is the best person to fill these shoes that Jamie has left, these big boots. It takes a village. Family, I think you've done well by him. He's well-rounded, great thinker. I want to also thank our acting commissioner, Tracy Payne, for keeping the glue together, even though aviation has always kept it together. You guys do a great job. You walking in, on the ground running, and I appreciate you reaching out to everyone, even being sick. So we know what kind of person that you're going to be as a commissioner. So again, Mr. Mayor, you've done a great appointment here, and welcome back home, Mike. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
President.
you. The chair recognizes Alderman Moore.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I stand and rise in support of this appointment. I commend you on the appointment, not because of my research, more or less, but because of, as Alderman O'Shea said, when you don't know people well, you call the people that you know well to see if, what they're going to say. Sometimes people think we should know, Alderman should know everything about everything. And we're not a subject matter expert on everything. Other people are. We got to trust some people. And the people that I called to, about 3 of them, Alderman O'Shea, said exactly what you stated. And I trust their judgment. And so I'm wishing you well in this role. Aviation holds a very special place in my heart. That was the first public assignment I had coming out of the private sector as an accountant working at the Department of Aviation. I don't sit on the committee, but I try to attend as many meetings I can so one day I'm on that committee so that I can make sure we're raising the voice. Because as an accountant there, I saw a lot of things that was going on that sort of still trickles there. Some things are, structural, institutional, whatever you want to call it, but definitely have to have someone to stand up and making sure that there's equity within that airport and people are doing the things. Undoubtedly, Commissioner Reed, one of her biggest fans, did a great job. It's not about you filling her shoes, because I don't think her shoes can be filled. I think it's about you making your own path and doing what you do best. But I will say this, as we prepare to set our meeting up to talk, I understand those, the concessions, procurement is coming up. There are people that I'm talking to, don't think this is a good idea for the long term. I think it's 15 years or something like that, I forget. And so they have concerns about it. So I want to make sure that we at least listen to people, whether we agree with them or not. Let's listen to some of these experts, see what they're saying. And if we have to tweak some things, we tweak them. I believe in people having an independence, supporting the people that you work for, yes, have some independence to say something and let this council know when something isn't right. Because at the end of the day, we have to make sure that we're serving our constituents as a whole. And so this is a appointment that I support, and I wish you well, and I thank your family for being here to see this great moment. And Tracy, as everybody said, thank you, because as we keep moving, the city got to keep moving. We can't stop, and we have to have somebody that we can trust to keep those things moving, because things can blow up overnight, not just only in a week or 2 weeks, but overnight. And your work there, Tracy, being steadfast and taking on that, because trust me, if they'd offered to me, I'd have said no. That's just me, because you got to know what you can handle. And so they chose the right person for that time, and I appreciate everything you did during that time, Tracy, and the entire team at Aviation. God bless you.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Nick Spazzato.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I want to congratulate you on this nomination. I'm pretty confident, as another colleague said, this will be unanimous. But I do want to say one thing about my esteemed colleague from the 19th Ward, what he said. Although I do agree with everything he said, I don't believe we're lucky to have you, Mike. I believe we're blessed to have you. I can't believe that you just happened to fall and your name came across the mayor's desk, and then there you were, and now you're going to give up a job working way less, making more money, and you're going to come in this very demanding job. So I believe a lot of work was involved with this. A lot of people pulling at you, Mike, especially the big guy upstairs, talking to you about, we need you. I also believe that years down the road from now, in the past, we never thought Rosie Andolino could be replaced. She was replaced a bit later by Jamie Reed. Now we say Jamie Reed can never be replaced, and I'm just going to make a prediction. I won't be around here 5 or 10 years from now, I can assure you that. But 5 or 10 years from now, people will be talking about you in the same breath that we talk about Rosie and Jamie. So I wish you the best. Nobody lives closer to your office than me, Mike. So I look forward to having lunch with you one day. I'm 5 minutes away from your office. So let's do lunch one of these days. Okay, buddy? Okay, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Mitz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this resolution and the appointment, rather, for Mr. Murray to become the Commissioner for Aviation. And I have to echo my colleague Alderman O'Shea in saying that your reputation preceded you before you even got the appointment. Because too many people were calling saying, he would be a great guy, and I wasn't even looking for the information. It came to me. But I'm grateful to know that you have that type of reputation behind you, because we need a strong person at Aviation. I can tell you right now, I think I feel a little bit more safer getting on one of those planes, knowing that you're out there overseeing it. No disrespect to anyone, but as always, you look for that leader, somebody to hold accountable. And now I know that today we'll be making this official. So on behalf of myself and my community, we support the nomination. And thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership in discovering Mike and bringing him to the forefront for us. Thank you.
Very well, thank you. And for the 7th time today, the chair recognizes Alderman Burnett.
It hasn't been 7, Mr. Mayor. You want to know, do I have a language I'm going to speak? What's up, Mike? It's an inside joke, right? But anyway, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to commend you on this appointment also. And I'd like to commend you on all of the appointments that you have had. You pick some of the smartest people in the city of Chicago. Matter of fact, for myself, You can give them applause for that. But for myself, it almost seemed like it's reunion time, right? Because, you know, a lot of these folks you're picking are people who have been in administrations over the years. I feel like I grew up with Mike, right? Over 30 years ago, he worked for the city, procurement, general service, aviation. He's a lawyer. You know, he has a wealth of experience, always respected, always carried himself as a professional to his family and to his uh, former employer. Thank you all for sharing him with us. For his daughter who's sitting there, you know, I had the other experience of working with your dad when you were going to Skinner School, right? And he was working with the school and very involved with trying to make sure the school that you go to was in had everything that they needed. So he not only cared about you, he cared about the community that your school was in. So he's a very compassionate person, very concerned about people, and also very professional. I think this is such a blessing for the city of Chicago. Mike, I thank you and thank your family, especially your wife, for allowing you to take a cut and pay to come to the city of Chicago. Thank you very much. We appreciate you, and I look forward to working with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman. Chair recognizes Alderman Beal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I too rise to just add my voice to this appointment. There's no better choice than Mike. I've known him my entire tenure here, so that goes to show a lot on both of us. But he's a great choice, great individual, great integrity, hard worker, great leader, and I'm sure he's going to do a great job in the role that you have today. So thank you so much for accepting the role, and I want to also commend you on a great choice, Mr. President. Thank you so much, and good luck to you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Coleman.
Mr. President, to our select, congratulations. I also want to not only commend our great leader, but to commend our Chief Operating Officer for a great selection. I know our phone call that I so enjoyed for about 40 minutes and the pride and joy in your daughter. I'm assuming this is our sophomore in college. Your dad is so proud of you, and I want you to know he's leaving corporate America and going to government, so he's going to be working 24/7 now. He's got about 50 folks, 49 other, and then of course the mayor to have to deal with. But I really appreciate our conversation regarding the diversity working group that Alderman Dow, Burnett, Irvin, Curtis, and Robinson, and the importance of the first impression that people get of our city is at the airport. And we both shared in the opinion that we looked at LaGuardia. I know Chairman Harris was just mentioning her travels. We look at these airports and we are kind of behind. And I love my Midway. I don't really care for O'Hare because of the traffic, but I'm a South Sider, and just the investment and then uplifting this once in a lifetime opportunity that we'll see of uplifting Chicago-based hospitality groups in the airport. So thank you so much for that commitment. Congratulations in advance to my devastating diva. She is Mrs. Roberts' Rules of Order. So I can't think of a better person to continue on our diversity working group meetings and keeping us on agenda and protocol in those meetings. God bless you all. Thank you, Bernie. Thank you to your family for sharing him with us for such a time as this.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Before we return it back to the chair, are there any other alders that wish? The chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you lived on the west side, you'd be equal distance between the two airports. But again, I want to congratulate the mayor on this appointment. As Alderman Moore stated, while you may not know everybody, the people that you know the person, everybody gives glowing recommendations. Also, I want to thank Chairman O'Shea for bringing everybody together in a preview, so we got a chance to ask questions and talk through the questions and concerns we had around aviation. As Alderman Villegas said, the importance of getting the tap back on track is of utmost importance, not just for the airport's growth, but for the economic vitality of the city and the number of jobs and everything that it represents out there. We know that you're the person that's going to get this done. We know you got a lot of work ahead of you. It's a good thing your daughter's in college because she wouldn't see you anyway. So again, we appreciate you stepping back into the public sector to take on this vital and important role in our city, because it is truly, I mean, we are a $16 billion corporation, but there's a big chunk of those billions out there at the airport, and what's going on out there has a great impact on the city as a whole. So we need somebody that knows what's happening and knows where the bathroom is, where the light switch is, to go back, jump in, and get back rolling. Because again, there's a lot of work to be done. However, I know that you're the person that will get it done for us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Chairman O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask the aviation staff, CDA, to please rise. Anybody who's here in the gallery? And Mr. President, if I could, I'd like to recognize Acting Commissioner Tracy Payne for her leadership. And with that, sir, I move passage of this appointment by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to consider.
Very well. Again, Tracy Payne, Bernie Williams, Kevin, thank you, Alderwoman Coleman, for recognizing Makina, Sonia Waiters, Beverly Johnson, Joyce McMurray, Vincent McMurray, April McMurray White, and of course, Pat Cermak. And hearing no objections, so ordered. Congratulations, Ms. McMurray. Chair recognizes Alderman O'Shea.
Mr. President, item number 2. This ordinance 2025-001-6745 is an amendment to concession agreements at Chicago O'Hare International Airport, approving transfers of interest regarding Vosges North American, Nuts on Clark, and Kabu Experiences. I move passage of this ordinance by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider, sir.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the Committee on Economic Capital and Technology Development, the Chair recognizes. For the Committee of Government, oh, we got you. All right, for the Committee on Economic Capital and Technology Development, the Chair recognizes Chairman Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the City Council. Reporting for the Committee on Economic Capital and Technology Development, which met on Thursday, May 15. The committee held a meeting and recommends passage of the following items. Items 1 through 12 are a series of SSA appointments and reappointments. I note for the record that items 5, 11, and 12 contained incorrect dates as submitted, and those dates were corrected in committee and are reflected in the materials provided by the clerk. Items 1 through 3 and 9 through 10 are the reappointments of Elizabeth B. Fuld, James M. Ludwig, Michael V. Rafferty, Panagiotis Pete Valavaninis, and Kelly A. Smith as members of the Special Service Area Number 18, North Hosted, 18, Special Service Areas Number 18, North Hosted Commission, Number 43, Devon Avenue Commission, and Number 62, Saguanash Commission, respectively. Items 4 through 8 and 11 through 12 are appointments of Jenny Smith, Gabriel Sanchez, Rajan Shahi, Patricia Hutzel, Claude Gibson, Savas and Stephanie Knight Watson as members of Special Service Area number 19, Howard Commission, number 24, Clark Street, number 26, Broadway Commercial District Commission, number 34, Uptown Commission, number 42, 71st Street Stony Commission, number 76-24 North Michigan Advisory Council Commission. I move for passage of these items by the first favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Items 13 and 14 are approved 6B tax incentive ordinances. Item 13 is a property at 2519 West Fulton Street, 2520 in the 27th Ward. Item 14 for a property at 838 Patton Drive in the 41st Ward. I move for passage of these items by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item 15 on the report was a presentation by the Department of Planning and Development on tax incentive application review process and on the tax incentive recipients' annual compliance report. No votes were taken. Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Committee on Ethics and Government Oversight. Chairman Martin, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for your Committee on Ethics and Government Oversight, which held a committee meeting on Monday, May 5th. The committee recommends passage of the following two items. Item number 1 is appointment 2025-0017189, which is the appointment of Cindy Medina Cervantes as a member of the Board of Ethics. This item passed unanimously. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 2 is appointment 2025-0017190, which is the appointment of Paul Burks as a member of the Board of Ethics. I move for passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated motion, unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
The committee also held a subject matter hearing on the quarterly report for the first quarter of 2025, published by the Office of Inspector General. There were no votes taken. Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the Committee on Housing and Real Estate, Chairman Sixto Lopez, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the City Council. Reporting for your Committee on Housing and Real Estate, which held a meeting on May 14, 2025. The committee has a series of reports recommending passage of 13 ordinances. These include a lease agreement, a municipal code amendment, and various negotiated land sales. The first two items are from the Department of Fleet and Facility Management. Item number 1 is substitute ordinance 2024-00-13054, amendment of municipal code sections 2-51-010 and 2-51-050, replacing the need for economic disclosure statement requirements for temporary occupancy agreements of the city property with forms supplied by the Commissioner of Fleet and Facility Management with disclosed facts as enumerated herein. I move passage of this item with the exemption of Alderman Quinn, who wanted to be recorded as a no, by the first most favorable vote on the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Very well. Hearing no other objections, so ordered.
Item number 2 is ordinance 2025-00-16733, renewed an amendment lease agreement with TCB Ketsi LLC for city use of property at 4770 South Ketsi Avenue in the 14th Ward. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote on the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
The rest of the items are from the Department of Planning and Development. Item 4 is substitute ordinance 2024-0011-039, sale of vacant city-owned parcels at 617 through 641 East 134th Street and 604 to 608 East 134th Place, 628 to 636 East 134th Place, 644 to 648 East 134th Place, and 656 to 660 East 134th Place to neighbor space to assist in development of 134th Place community managed open space, including acquisition of 24 additional parcels from Cook County Land to the Chicago Cook Land Bank Authority along East 134th Place and East 144th Street in land banking agreement among parties in the 10th Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item 5 is ordinance 2025-0016727, transfer of city-owned property at 4110 West Monroe Street to San Michael Missionary Baptist Church for continued use as church parking lot in the 28th Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item 6 is ordinance 2025-0016723, and item 7 is ordinance 2025-0016724, are for the sale of city-owned property for use as public space in the 6th and the 20th wards. I move passage of these items by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Items 8 through 11 are for market rate sales of city-owned properties in the 4th, 50th, 27th, and 11th wards. The ordinance numbers are ordinance 2025-0016730, 0016720, 0016728, and 0016721. I move passage of these items by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item 12 is ordinance 2025-0016701, sale of city-owned property at 356 South Custer Avenue to Johnny Dozier under large lot program for the construction of a community garden and meeting space in the 28th Ward. I move passage of these items by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
The last two items are item 13 and item 14, ordinance 2025-0016722 and -0016719 for sale of city-owned properties to various side lot buyers in the 3rd, 4th, 15th, 16th, 28th, 37th wards. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the Committee on License and Consumer Protection, Chairwoman Silverstein, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the President and members of the City Council, I'm reporting for the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. We held a meeting on May 13th, 2025, and the following items were passed by the committee. 02025-0016747, an ordinance to renew the emerging business permit issued to Cyan Robotics, Inc. for operation of personal delivery device. Mr. President, I move that the City Council concur in the recommendation of the License Committee by the same roll call as item number 1 of the Committee on Finance report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
02024-0013637, a substitute ordinance to amend Chapter 4-6, 4-13, and 4-14 regarding short-term shared housing and vacation rentals. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
02025-0016755, an ordinance to amend Chapter 4-4, the Municipal Code prohibiting sale of cannabinoid hemp products within the Belmont, Craig, and Hermosa Avenue. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
10, ordinance regarding liquor moratoriums in the 11th, 12th, 16th, 20th, 23rd, 24th, 42nd, and 49th wards. The committee has recommended passage of each of these items. 02025-0016734 and others ending 16183, 16748, 15979, 16506, 16579, 16746, 16742, 16476, and 16479. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety, Chair recognizes Vice Chair Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for the Committee of Pedestrian and Traffic Safety, for which meeting was held on Tuesday, May 13, 2025. Before the committee, there were 244 routine traffic items, all which passed. If there are no objections, I move passage of these items, but the first most favorable roll call vote from the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider the vote.
Hearing none, so ordered.
The committee also passed a substitute ordinance sponsored by Alderman Martin, SO 2025-0016753, amendment of Municipal Code Section 9-100-030, allowing for city to vacate final determination of liability of certain parking standing violations for vehicles reported enforcement agencies as stolen. If there are no objections, I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing none, so ordered.
The committee also held a subject matter hearing pursuant to R 2025-0015951 on the citywide locations for installation of speed cameras. Thank you to Alderman Villegas for sponsoring the resolution and to CDOT for presenting. No votes were taken on this item. This concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Our next committee is Committee on Public Safety. The Chair recognizes Chairman Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for the Committee on Public Safety, which held two meetings, one May 9th and the second May 20th, 2025. Your committee recommends the passage of the following two items. Item number one, unanimous recommendation for the appointment of Francisco Velez as Executive Director of the Office of Emergency Management and Communication. If no one wishes to speak, I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Very well. The Chair recognizes Alderman Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. President. You're on a roll today, Mr. President. This is a good appointment. Very excited to see Frank Velez take this position. Some big shoes to fill as well, with Rich Gaitis as well as Jose Tirado. Very excited to see that the executive director comes from the first responders pool and understand the challenges that your department is facing on a daily basis. Given what's taking place around the world and how Chicago is ultimately a target, especially for terrorism, I'm very excited to see that you're there and the relationship that you have with the CPD as well as the fire department to make sure that we're responding in a timely fashion. So this is a great appointment and looking forward to working with you, Frank. So congratulations on your appointment.
Thank you very much. The Chair recognizes Alderwoman Mitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too rise in support of this appointment. Frank, I am so proud of you and the role that you have been selected to lead the Office of Emergency Management, which is a huge job for our city. And I know that you're going to be doing an excellent job there, because anytime you don't, I got your mother right across the street, not next door to me. And mother, you don't want me to go talk to mom about it, what you're doing. So I'm excited for you and the family. This is a great opportunity, but I know you are very supportive anyway of just public servant, given the role where you came from and the leadership with the fire department, the paramedics and that agency. So I'm looking forward to working along with you as we are navigating all of the first responders in the city of Chicago, making sure that we're connected and that we're not losing time, because we can't afford to lose life or any mistakes to occur. So thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to working along with you. Thank you.
Thank you. The Chair recognizes Alderman Mike Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Great appointment. Francisco, you're going to do a great job here. I think that we have learned as a city that this position is extremely important, whether it's through COVID, passing out masks, emergency management is critical. The DNC So many other instances just in the near future. This position is absolutely critical. We've got to get this right. And I think we have. We have someone from the ranks, someone who knows the city well, every corner of the city well. I can't be more proud of this appointment. Congratulations to you, Mr. Mayor, and also to you, Francisco, and your family. We very much welcome you in this position with open arms. You're going to do a great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Nick Spazzato.
Thank you, Mr. President. Another fine appointment. Frank's been a longtime friend of mine, so I don't think we got this right. I know we got it right, so look forward to working with Frank. Frank, I know you're up to the task, a very demanding job. You had a pretty demanding job before, but this is probably 10 times more demanding. Also want to thank you, Mr. President, for keeping a long line of directors of OEMC in the 38th Ward. I believe that's the last four have been from the 38th Ward. So I'm laying claim to this job from now on for the rest of the time I'm around. It belongs to the 38th Ward. So thank you very much, Mr. President. Frank, I wish you the best, and I know you're going to do awesome. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Vasquez.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Want to congratulate you and thank you for this appointment. Frank, you know from your experience, anytime a Chicagoan picks up a phone because they want to contact the city for any kind of help, whether it's 911 or 311, OEMC's kind of at the helm of where things get funneled, how we address those things. So when we think about improving 311, when we think about where 911 calls go and what services should be dealt with by CPD or other departments, I think there's an opportunity to kind of help see where we're best allocating our resources. And so I think we're going to be looking and partnering with you to really hope to continue to improve all the work that you all do. It is tough, difficult work. Y'all know it's 24/7 more than most. And so really feel confident and comforted that the fact that you're in a position. And as the chair of the Latino caucus, really heartened to see the representation and leadership. So thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Nicole Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I too rise in support of this appointment. I think it's a great one. I want to thank Frank for accepting the call, answering it, and wanting to step up, because this is you are the front line for the city of Chicago whenever anybody calls. And I couldn't think today of a better person to take on this role. We've had great experiences working together. I know I've only been at the city for 3 years, but in that short amount of time, every time I picked up the phone to call you for anything, especially when it had to do with the community and your work with the Chicago Fire Department, it's always been a yes. There's never been a no in that. And if there wasn't something you couldn't do immediately, you would help find the way to do it. So no doubt that you're going to do a great job on behalf of the city of Chicago. Know that you've got partners here on this council that want to work with you to make sure that this city is safe, and we'll do whatever we can to support you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Walter Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, this is 7 right here, sir. So again, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, I want to commend you on this appointment. Not only is Frank, he has a lot of experience, he has a great reputation. And I'm going to tell you, it's a funny thing. I was with you when they were giving out awards at the 911 center, and Frank was there, and you would have thought he has been working with the people at 911 for 100 years, because they all embraced him. You know, he just knew everyone. And it gives me the impression, the same impression that I have of the superintendent, that people are going to want to work for him because they like him, he treats them right, and you just felt it. You know, you just knew this is the dude right here, because the people just, from all of the callers, everybody who got an award, they're just like they were best friends. So I think he's going to do a great job. I know he could have retired. Thank you for staying on. We appreciate you and look forward to working with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Fuentes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm super proud of this appointment. While Frank Velez resides in the 38th Ward, his heart and roots are in Humboldt Park. I have the honor of knowing Frank since the age of 17. Even in our interpersonal relationship and in our professional one, Frank has always been an individual to show up, to listen, to answer a phone call. And if he didn't have the answer the moment he answered your call, he made sure to call you back with the answers you needed to get a job done. This is a man who is extremely qualified, handling the largest events in the city of Chicago, everything from the DNC to our local parades to NASCAR. Someone who has roots as a first responder, everything from being a nurse to an ambulance commander. This is someone who understands what it means to keep the city safe. And I am proud to watch you take on the executive director position over at OAMC. The next 2 years and beyond, with your leadership, I know we're going to be in good hands. People are going to want to work for you. People are going to be excited to be alongside you. But more importantly, I know that every alder in this chambers today is going to feel safe. When we're handling big events, when the world is looking at Chicago as a global city, you're going to make sure that we are showing up and showing out. And this Puerto Rican flag here today is also very proud of you, Frank, because to be a Puerto Rican man in this position, you make Chicago Puerto Ricans proud, and you make Puerto Rico proud. I'm extremely excited to call you a friend and watch you in leadership. Congratulations on this appointment, Mr. President. I am super excited about this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Alderman David Moore.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. This position at OAMC is very, very important. It is actually the heart of the city. OAMC stopped, and I know we talk about streets and sand, but there's no streets and sand notices getting through to 311 and 911. It's the heart of the city, very important job. And that's why I'm so excited that no one asked us to do a nationwide search for somebody, and that we got the person that can do the job who was homegrown out of the city of Chicago. That's what we need. Homegrown people who know the city, who care about the city. Let me start by saying this again. You got the smarts. You know the job. But a lot of people are smart and sometimes know the job. But one thing I know about this man, he cares about people, and he loves Chicago. And I've seen that throughout as I was a young alderman, probably even before I came alderman. This is my dude. This dude is real. And I tell you that because I love people when they're proactive. You don't call them, they call you. What do you need? Do you know I got this? You need some help with your seniors on this? Well, I didn't know that. Man, I got you. That's what I love. And then here's the other one. This is what I teach my staff. Be responsive, follow up, and follow through. Alderman, you said it. This man, when he does something, he calls you back and say, before you even call him back, did it get done? You're the best. And I have no doubt that as we move forward and making sure that OAMC tighter, you're going to make sure it's tighter and righter. And I appreciate you so much. I thank your family, but I got to say this too. You care about young people. You always trying to elevate young people to do their best, to get involved in public safety, to make sure that they have a path to whether it's through fire or police. I appreciate that so much. And Chicago is better a place because you have served in it and that you're going to serve in this capacity. I appreciate you, and I look forward to continuing our work together. God bless.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Alderman Napolitano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this terrific nomination for this position. Frank, congratulations, my brother. I think the best part about it is promoting through the ranks to a first responder that knows how the system works and who cares about how to make it better. So I'm glad to see you in this position. Anything we could do to help you to make it even better. They picked the right person for this job, and Godspeed, and make it better and make it work better for our brothers and sisters out there as well as all of our communities. Congratulations, sir. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Mana Hoppenworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support and commend you for this appointment. Congratulations, Frank. I want to recognize you and your family. This is a huge job, but we know that Frank, as Alderman Moore said, has a heart to do this work. But I also want to say that I believe that OAMC is not just the heart of Chicago. It's really the nervous center. Everything goes through OAMC, and I got a chance to go visit the facility and visit the folks that work there every day to make
our city safe. And I know because of your background and because you care, you're going to care for your people. And as long as those folks are okay, then I know that we're going to be okay. So thank you for being here and support, and thank you to your team behind you. Just know that the 48th Ward also is in your court. So thank you so much.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, members of the City Council. I rise not only to congratulate Frank on this appointment, but to thank you and congratulate you, Mr. President, on making the great decision to not only allow Frank to take the helm of the Department of Office of Emergency Management and Communications, but to let him take half a dozen members of the CFD with him as well. And I hope Commissioner.
Can you hear me?
Is not watching today. Might be losing it.
I don't know why you don't hear me.
But in all seriousness, I don't.
Am I not connected?
belabor the
Can
point.
you hear
With
me?
all respect
Oh, I
to
can hear
everybody
myself.
in this room and everyone that has ever interacted with you. You are the true embodiment of Chicago leadership. And if my colleague from the 26th Ward were listening, I'd say it probably would behoove her to make you the honorary Grand Marshal at the parade. But I think that we look forward to your accessibility. We look forward to what you're going to do to boost the morale at the center, because I think oftentimes the dispatchers forget or often feel like they are forgotten by all of us who talk about first responders, that they are part of our first responder family as well, because they get to tell everyone else where they need to go, both whether it's an emergency or a non-emergency, and helping people work through that. There are challenges that we know, and there are challenges that you know. And I think it's on all of us to work through that together to make this the department of the 21st century that it's meant to be. And I know personally, as someone who's dealt with some of the most violent gang issues in the city of Chicago, knowing that we have a strong partner in OEMC to make sure all of our cameras are working, all of our police and everything is on point. I could not feel prouder and more safer knowing that you are at the helm over there. So congratulations, and I look forward to you voting yes on this appointment. Thank you.
Very well, thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. I just wanted to congratulate you on this appointment and to say to Frank, we wish you well. We know you're going to be great in that position. And you know, when your staff is surprised at the appointment and also happy that you received it, on behalf of the 3rd Ward staff, we say welcome and congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Frank, I think we met in New Mexico, if you remember that. There was a like bomb school class, I think we were out there, and it was about a 4-day class. And the room, which about 50 people, was filled with guys and girls from New York and Boston. And all we heard that entire weekend was how they do things and how they're the best fire department in the country. And I remember after like the 3rd day, I popped off maybe and started saying, hey, this is how we do in Chicago. And at that time, we didn't have bunker gear. We didn't go to the roof with an air mask. And I started advocating for how we do things in Chicago and why I believe we were the best fire department. And at that time, when I was speaking, I didn't even know that you were from the Chicago Fire Department. Like, you were sitting over there. We didn't even know each other. And I remember leaving the classroom and you just giving me a fist bump saying, hey, man, I'm with you 100%. I'm from Chicago as well. So I remember that weekend, and I remember getting to know you. And I could not be more proud, as Alderman Moore had said, to have somebody from Chicago, to have somebody from the city that came up through the system, that knows the people, that earned the respect. So I wish you well, and I could not be more proud of an individual who came up through the system, grew up in Chicago, from Chicago, is going to represent Chicago the right way. So thank you.
Very well, thank you. Are there any other alders that wish to speak to this before we return it back to the chair? Very well. Seeing no other hands, chair recognizes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Chairman Hopkins, I'm sorry, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President, and I too congratulate you on this outstanding appointment. Again, this passed unanimously in committee, and the comments largely mirrored the favorable praise that you heard here for this nomination. Mr. Velez is more than prepared for this at a key time, as we all know, in the agency's history. There's a lot of very important decisions on the table for OEMC, and it's reassuring to all of us to know that it's in such good hands. If no one else wishes to speak on this matter, I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Going once, going twice. Here, no objections, so ordered. Congratulations, Frank. Let's give a special shout out to Amiris Spiro, Anna Staveman, Ryan Negligan, Mary May, Dion Tate, Shanetra Washington, Marianne McKeever, Glenn Lyman, Chris Patino, Bob Joesi, Juan Hernandez, Don Walker, Wally Schroeder, and of course, Jose Tarado. Congratulations again, Frank. Very well, thank you very much. Meeting, let's come back to order. The chair recognizes Chairman Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Continuing with the report from your Committee on Public Safety, item 2 is proposed ordinance 16732, amendment of the municipal code regarding declaration of temporary curfews for mass gatherings. If no one wishes to speak, I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Very well, the chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Myself, myself, Chairman Vasquez, and 15 other members of City Council wish to defer and publish this item.
Very well, Alderman Irvin, thank you. That's okay, just a second. The motion is for a D&P. Alder Vasquez, can you confirm that you are part of this
Confirmed,
effort?
sir.
Very well. Okay. Point of order. Yes, the chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Who are the other 13 members of
Oh,
this
the other
motion?
15 members.
It's 15 members.
15.
Who are, then, correct, thank you. Who are the other 15 associated members of this motion?
According to our rules, you just need 2 people to confirm. And so the 2 people that have been confirmed are
Well-
Alderman Irvin and Alder Vasquez.
So
If
then
it
there-
pleases the body, the members who wish to be added for the first time in the history of City Council to be added as more than 2 people a part of the DNP, would those members please raise your hand to be recognized? Okay, so I recognize, just leave your hands up just so that we can make sure that your names are recorded in the record. So I have Gutierrez, Ramirez, Manal Hoppenworth, Martin, Taylor, Rodriguez, Fuentes, Sigcho Lopez, Yancey, Taliaferro, Quesada, and Vasquez has already been confirmed. Thank you very much. This item will be very well. Thank you. We're fine, y'all. It's been D and P. Chairman, is there anything else you wish to report in in the committee?
Yes, Mr. President, a motion to defer and publish having been duly recognized. This item will be held for a vote at the next regularly scheduled meeting of the Chicago City Council. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, for the Committee on Special Events and Cultural Affairs, Recreation, and just general happy time, the chair recognizes Chairman Spazzato.
Mr. President and members of the City Council, reporting for your Committee on Special Events, Cultural Affairs, and Recreation, also known as the Happy Committee, which held a meeting on May 14th, 2025. The committee recommends the passage of the following item. SO 2024-0012415, an amendment of Municipal Code Section 10-36-185, prohibiting parking of non-authorized vehicles on any Chicago Park District property. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote and a committee on, of the Committee on Finance and an associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
For the Committee on Transportation and Public Way, Chairman Mitchell, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and members of the City Council. Reporting for your Committee on Transportation and Public Way, which held a meeting on May 14, 2025. The following items passed the majority of the members present. Item 1, page 1 includes item Resolution 2025-0016-638, a call on the 104th Illinois Legislative General Assembly to pass Transit Management Reform and Revenue Omnibus Package. Pages 2 through 5 include 20 ordinances for miscellaneous items introduced by the local aldermen from wards 1, 2, 3, 6, 10, 11, 16, 18, 24, 28, 30, 36, 38, 39, 40, 43, 45, 47, and 49. Page 6 includes items Ordinance 2025-0016-418, a re-subdivision ordinance for a property located in the 21st Ward. If there is no objection, I move passage of these items by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Very well. Thank you, Chairman. For the Committee on Workforce Development, Chairman Rodriguez, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of City Council. Reporting on the Committee of Workforce Development, which held a meeting on May 13, 2025. There was one item on the agenda, O 2025-001-6662, an amendment of the Municipal Code Chapter 2-152 by adding new Section 2-152-151, allowing relevant work experience equivalent to college degree for eligibility for hire to positions in city employment unless skills required can only be attained through advanced degree. At the meeting, a substitute ordinance was adopted, 2025-001-6662, which was passed out of committee. I believe Chair Villegas would like to have a word on the matter.
Very well. The chair recognizes Alderman Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. As we work to build a more inclusive and effective city workforce, it is time we recognize the value of experience, training, and certification, not just degrees when considering candidates for employment. For too long, we've used a college degree as the only measure of qualification, overlooking thousands of hardworking individuals whose real-world knowledge, skills, and on-the-job training make them equally, if not more capable. What we have seen is when a job requires a degree in Chicago, employers automatically screen out 61% of African-American workers, 54% of Latino workers, 39% of white workers, and 23% of Asian American workers. This is an issue that affects all candidates, and it's time to tear the paper ceiling. Whether it's a veteran with leadership experience, a tradesperson with specialized certification, or someone who's completed job training programs in our communities, their qualifications are relative to what many college graduates gain in a classroom. They bring practical problem solving, discipline, and lived experience, exactly what our city needs in its workforce. The skills-based ordinance will expand the talent pool, advance equity, foster inclusion, and ensure that all candidates will have the best chance of being considered for a role. This will open doors and acknowledges the hard work and expertise many have built and honed throughout various roles, jobs, and real-world experience. I want to thank the tireless advocates who have pushed us to think differently and act more equitably, specifically Opportunity at Work, New Moms, Hire 360, Chicago Women in Trades, and Chicago Jobs Council, and many more, who have worked to create a labor market where all workers skilled through alternative routes, also known as STARS, can work, learn, and earn to their full potential. Your work has been essential in driving forward policies that value diverse pathways to success and truly reflect the people of Chicago. Together, we're opening doors, broadening opportunity, and making sure that every resident, regardless of how they got there, has a fair shot at serving our great city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Chairman Rodriguez.
Yes, Mayor, I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
This concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For our final committee, for our final committee on zoning, landmarks, and building standards, Chairman Burnett, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and members of the City Council. Presenting a series of reports for your Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards, which held a meeting on May 20th, 2025. The following items were passed by a majority of the members present in our group for convenience. Page 1 contains document number 02025-001674 that amends Municipal Code Section 17.3.0207 and 17.4.0207 regarding residential storage warehouses in B3, C1, C2, C3, and DX zoning districts. I move passage of these items by the last most favorable roll call vote of the Finance Committee report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider, noting that Alderman Larson would like to be considered as voting no on the matter.
Very well. Hearing no other objections, and despite the division, so ordered.
Page 1 also contains document numbers 02025-00165999, the historical landmark designation for wax tracks located at 2449 North Lincoln in the 43rd Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Moving on, pages 2 through 13 contains various map amendments in the 1st, 4th, 8th, 11th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 21st, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, 31st, 32nd, 33rd, 36th, 43rd, 44th, 45th, 47th, and 50th wards. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objections.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Lastly, page 1 contains various large signs over 100 square feet in area 24 feet above grade in the 2nd, 1st, 13th, 22nd, 25th, 27th, 28th, 29th, 32nd, 34th, 36th, 42nd, 44th, 47th, 48th, and 50th wards. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Clerk, there are 3 alders that wish to participate in today's meeting remotely. As stated in Rule 59, if we can verify Alders Rodriguez Sanchez, Silverstein, and Lawson as present remotely.
Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez, are you there? Okay, Alderman Lawson, are you there?
Yes, thank you.
Alderman Lawson is present. Alderwoman Silverstein?
Yes, I'm present.
Alderwoman Silverstein is present.
All right, so for Lawson and Silverstein, who have, are present, can I get a motion to allow for these two members to participate? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Please add those two alders as a part of remote participation today. Now for the agreed-upon calendar, the chair recognizes Alderwoman Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've received from City Clerk Andrea M. Valencia a total of 38 items proposed for the agreed calendar, consisting of congratulatory, commemorative, tributary resolutions for the following alderpersons: Alderperson Yancey, Alderperson Harris, Alderperson Ramirez, Alderperson O'Shea, Alderperson Fuentes, Alderperson Burnett, Alderperson Irvin, Alderperson Cruz, Alderperson Wagaspack, Alderperson Conway, Alderperson Nugent, Alderperson Vasquez, Alderperson Napolitano, Alderperson Clay. I move these in the omnibus.
Very well. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Now for new business, the clerk will begin with the 50th Ward.
Zoning amendments which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks and Building Standards, traffic regulations and traffic control signals which are referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety, exemption from physical barrier requirements for driveway alley access availability which are referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Silverstein has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 2658 West Devon Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Martin has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 4-156, by adding a new Article 8, establishing regulations for alcohol manufacturer accessory event licenses, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Martin also has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 14B-10-1006, by modifying Section 1006.3.3, allowing single exits in buildings containing R2 occupancy and meeting specific criteria, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Martin also has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 5-12, by modifying various sections regarding rental security deposits and by inserting a new Section 5-12-085 requiring itemized lists of cost estimates that comprise move-in fees, which is referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Two committees called, the Committee on Housing and the Committee on Rules. The matter is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderperson Martin also has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 2-44, by adding a new Section 2-44-170 regarding requirements for low-income housing tax credit qualified allocation plans, which is referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Two committees called, the Committee on Housing and the Committee on Committees and Rules. The matter is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderperson Lawson has a proposed ordinance for agreement to enter into a security enhancement project for the events at Wrigley Field and Gallagher Way, which is referred to the Committee on Finance. Alderpersons Lawson and Villegas have proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 6-105-030, entitling employers of occupations where gratuities are customary allowances for gratuities not to exceed 32% of minimum wage rate, which is referred to the Committee on Workforce Development. Two committees called, the Committee on Workforce Development and the Committee on Finance. The matter is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderperson Riley has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards at 720 North Walton Street. No, 740 North Franklin Street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Riley also has a proposed order for the issuance of a signboard at 54 East Walton Street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Napolitano has proposed order for the issuance of a signboard at 10,000 West O'Hare Airport, 836 Patton Drive, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Napolitano also has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-4-331, prohibiting sale of cannabinoid hemp products within O'Hare residential area, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Vasquez has a proposed ordinance for amendment of the annual appropriation ordinance to transfer funds between the 40th Ward wage allowance account and the automatic expense accounts for the year 2025, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Vasquez, Alderperson Mitchell, and Alderperson Telefiero have a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, section 9-76-160, requiring city departments to notify police within 2 days of police impoundment to begin process, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Vasquez also has proposed resolution to call for examination of recent alleged violations of free speech and due process rights, which is referred to the Committee on Immigrant and Refugee Rights. Alderman Villegas has proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, chapter 2-92, by adding a new section 2-92-338, allowing chief procurement officer to require best customer pricing from retailers or sellers seeking to enter contract with the city of Chicago, referred to the Committee on Contracting Oversight. Alderman Villegas also has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Quezada has a proposed resolution to call for hearings on the city's plans for public health education and pursuit of federal public health grants, which is referred to the Committee on Health and Human Relations. Alderperson Conway has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards at 400 South Jefferson Street, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Rodriguez Sanchez has a proposed resolution to call for examination on recent alleged violations of free speech and due process rights, which is referred to the Committee on Immigrant and Refugee Rights. Alderperson Waggis. Two committees call the Committee on Immigrant and Refugee Rights and the Committee on Rules. The matter is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderperson Wagispack has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Burnett has proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 1400 North Kingsbury Street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Fuentes and others have a proposed resolution to call on the U.S. Congress to establish end date for Puerto Rico financial oversight and management of fiscal autonomy, which is referred to the Committee on Health and Human Relations. Alderperson Cicho Lopez has proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code sections 4-60-022 and 4-60-023 to allow additional alcoholic liquor and packaged goods licenses on portions of South Blue Island Avenue, which are referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Cicho Lopez and others have proposed resolution for condemnation of the GOP's proposed One Big Beautiful Bill, 5% excise tax applied to monies sent to families in immigrant countries of origin, which is referred to the Committee on Immigrant and Refugee Rights. Alderperson Cicho Lopez has proposed. Two committees having been called, the Committee on Immigrant and Refugee Rights and the Committee on Committees and Rules. The matter is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderperson Cicho Lopez has proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Honorary Lucy Gutierrez Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Cicho Lopez also has proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Honorary Gilberto Villasenor Sr. and Ignacio Villasenor Sr. Street, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Scott has proposed ordinance for a historical landmark fee waiver for 2869 through 2881 West Cermak Road, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Mosley has proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, section 8-4-050, expanding definition of trespassing and establishing fines of $250 to $1,000 for any person convicted of trespassing, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Alderperson Taylor has proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, section 4-60-023, to allow additional package goods licenses on portion of West 58th Street, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Gutierrez has proposed order for the issuance of permits for a signboard at 4444 South Pulaski Road, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Ramirez has proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, titles 2 and 17, by adding new sections to chapter 2-31, establishing Environmental Justice Advisory Board, and modifying various sections of Title 17, changing requirements for industrial uses, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Two committees called, the Committee on Zoning and the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. The matter is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderperson Lee has a proposed ordinance for approval of a plat of Casper Sipco subdivision, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Harris, Alderperson Cardona, and City Clerk Valencia have proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, section 3-56-050, by amending subsection E regarding waiver of fees imposed by the chapter. This is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Harris has proposed a resolution for amendment of a resolution identifying the Sergeant at Arms by assigning Lincoln Hayes as Assistant Sergeant at Arms. This is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderperson Mitchell has proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, section 17-10-1002, requiring all off-street parking areas and driveways be improved with compacted base of 4-inch all-weather dustless material. This is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Mitchell and Alderperson Harris have proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, section 4-4-280 and 11-4-1600, establishing fines for public way vehicle dumping violations, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Hall has proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Lawrence Calvin Diagnostic Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Yancey has proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, chapter 5-12, the residential landlord and tenant ordinance, and section 13-72-065 regarding just cause requirements, protections, remedies, and penalties for landlord termination of rental agreements, which is referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Two committees called, the Committee on Housing and the Committee on Rules. The matter is referred to the Committee on Rules. Alderperson Laspada has proposed order for an historical landmark fee waiver for Wicker Park Lutheran Church at 1500 North Hoyne Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Laspada also has proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, section 4-244-140, to prohibit peddling on portions of North Milwaukee Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Laspada also has proposed resolution to call for hearings on implementation of gender-based violence prevention services and programming in Chicago, which is referred to the Committee on Health and Human Relations. Alderperson Laspada also has proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, Title 9, by modifying sections 9-64-110 and 9-12-060, designating portions of Chicago Avenue as rush hour bus lane, and section 9-64-140, modifying start and end points of no stopping and standing zones, which is referred to the Committee on Traffic, Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Your Honor, that concludes the presentation of aldermanic introductions.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Alderman Mitchell for approval of the journal.
Mr. President, I'm not aware of any corrections to the journal from the May 7, 2025 meeting, and move that it be approved.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. For unfinished business, Alderman Mitchell.
I'm not aware of any unfinished business.
Very well. For miscellaneous business, Alderman Mitchell.
Except for the ordinance setting the date and the time for the next meeting, I'm not aware of any miscellaneous business.
Very well. For the date and time of the next meeting, Alderman Mitchell.
I handed up an ordinance to the clerk setting the date and time of the next meeting.
Very well. The chair, Mr. Clerk, please read the ordinance.
Be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Chicago, Section 1, that the next regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Chicago shall be held on Wednesday, June 18th, 2025, beginning at 10 o'clock a.m. in the council chamber on the second floor in City Hall, 121 North LaSalle Street, Chicago, Illinois. Section 2, this ordinance shall take effect and be enforced from and after its passage.
Alderman Mitchell.
I move that matters in the omnibus be passed by the first most favorable roll call vote by the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Alderman Mitchell, just for the movement of the passage of the omnibus for the next meeting.
I move that matters in the omnibus be passed by the first most favorable
For the
roll
date
call.
and time of the next meeting. It be passed in the omnibus. So the motion on the floor is for the date and time of the next meeting to be passed in the
Oh, I'm
omnibus.
sorry. I move passes in the omnibus.
Very well,
I
we hear that.
apologize.
There are no objections. Trust me, so ordered. Now
Right.
for the omnibus, Alderman Mitchell.
I move that matters in the omnibus be passed by the first most favorable roll call vote by the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
There being no further business before this body, I move that we adjourn.
Alderman Burnett, you have nothing else to say today? Very well, hearing no objections, and Alderman Burnett has nothing else.
One more thing, Mr.
So
Mayor.
ordered, this meeting is adjourned.
Oh, I need some makeup on. Hold on, y'all. Let me get some light. He didn't even let him talk. Oh, I need some makeup on. Hold on, y'all. Let me get some light. I'm loud. Well, that's the best we're gonna be able to do today, Miss Malone. Sorry if I'm loud. I didn't realize this thing was so loud. Huh. Oh, live stream is off. Hey, 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 hey. How y'all doing? Girl, I look like. Thank you, Miss Malone. I need to go get my eyebrows brushed on, painted on. I always say that I'll never do it. How you doing? How you doing? I'm doing well. I appreciate you, Miss Malone. You my ride or die. I appreciate you. And I feel like mine. But anyway, I just want to say, listen. The Chicago City Hall meeting was a boring. They had some long, yes. They had some long, yes. I was like, they know. I don't know how many times they meet. They don't do no work. When they had their meetings, that's it. They're not doing a marathon. I agree. I was like, I don't know if I could do this every day. No, I mean, I don't know how they do that, to be honest. Well, let's see if I can go back and see. You know what? Oh, you can't replay. I was trying to replay. Go back because I want to go see the part I wanted to see. No, they just ended. Dang. But I'm glad that they recorded and live stream it. They do too much for me. Um, you can't. Yeah, they don't have it where you can go back and replay it. Fudge. I'm gonna try later. Thank you, Miss Malone. I braid my own hair, child. It's pulling, so it's pulling my front. But thank you. Listen, we had to learn how to do our own hair back in the day. They were pretty civil though. Yes, and I was like, okay, this is kind of like so. You know what, Miss Malone? So far, we have seen a Dalton Township meeting. We have seen. uh Let's see. Ay, Dios mío. Uh, okay. Hey, listen, you got to be your best cheerleader. So we see Dalton City Council meeting, Harvey City Council meeting, City of Chicago City Council meeting, and Flint City Council meeting. And so far, I want to say down Chicago, pretty mild, pretty mild. But I was thinking like, I'm gonna have to change the title. We're just gonna have to say City Live City Council meeting. Hey, listen, we could take I didn't see them tackle. They did not. If they tackle that curfew, I missed that one. Oh, they didn't even talk about it. So they did talk about them payouts though. Yeah, them payouts are crazy. Them payouts are crazy. Where did I write it down? I had to write some of that down. They had one payout, $8.5 million. How much is that as property taxes? Another payout was I had to go look up some of them payouts. I thought I wrote $8.5 million. Oh yeah, and a $20 million for John. It just yes, they need a cap on them payments. I agree. 5 million. I was like, oh my God. That's why they that's why your property taxes are high in Chicago. That's why your you get the speeding cameras are all over the place in Chicago. That's why they got fines for everything in Chicago. They I wonder, are they using, is the city paying it, or the insurance for the city of Chicago's is paying it? That's, I was kind of curious to want to know. Because I would say that was amazing. That was the most interesting part about this meeting today. Cause they went through, they talk too fast, and I hate people who talk too fast because I can't catch on or to understand. I need you to talk slow for me. I'm just saying. Oh, okay. I just want to see 5 million. Shoot. Okay, let me find the one. If we can find one of the lawsuits against Chicago, John Valdez. Oh, this is one of the lawsuits they had. They was speaking on. Oh, here it is right here. This is WTTW. If you don't know WTTW, that is Chicago's, what's it called when they have private broadcasting? Oh, they could put more money back into the communities if they didn't pay out so much money. And see, imagine at each meeting, how much money are they voting on? I'm just saying, because Chicago, I thought we was what it is about. Okay. Um, girl, I don't, my mind just went. Uh, let's see. How can I make this so you can see? So one of the lawsuits are this, right. The city lawyer again urges city council to settle lawsuit. And that's what they were saying is the attorneys don't even fight for for the lawsuit or come in to give more information on why they should settle these lawsuits. Chicago urges city lawyers again urges city council to settle lawsuit from wrongfully a convicted man who served 17 years in prison but for $650,000 more. Whoa. Oh yeah, like public broadcasting. Thank you, girl. I appreciate you so much, Miss Malone. Thank you. That's what I was talking about. Let's see, 10 months after the city of Chicago council refused city lawyers' recommendation to pay. Can you see this? Oh, let's see. Recommendation to pay 7.6 million to a man who spent 17 years. Yeah, the lawyers are getting paid. The lawyers are getting paid more than the people who are trying to get the money. Who spent 17 years in prison after he was wrongly convicted in 2001. Yes, I can see. Okay, good. Fabulous, as long as you can see. 2001 murders. The city lawyers will again urge older person to resolve the case, but the price tag is 8.25 million. I had to look, put my head over so I can see above my name. 8 point, the price tag is 8.25 million. That sound like they gonna bankrupt Chicago. Oh, Chicago ain't gonna have no money. Ain't no need to move to Chicago until they start putting caps on a lawsuit. And and one of the older persons was saying that they have budget for lawsuits, but now they have surpassed that. Let's see now. The lawsuit was filed by John Valez, who spent 17 years in prison before his conviction in the murder by 26-year-old Anthony Abraca and Little Village, that's what it's like, a Spanish community, was overturned to set to go to trial July 21st before the U.S. District Court judge. Ugh. Ugh. Let's see. The Chicago taxpayer had already spent 3.2 million. Y'all could have paid it. He probably would have never made that much money in his life. Probably wouldn't. And that's what I thought they go by. Okay, so they spent our in attorney's fees. They already spent 3.2 million, and he want what was they say 8.5. Attorneys are getting over, baby. The attorneys are getting over. I picked the wrong career in life. 3.2 million to defend the officer conduct according to records obtained. Oh, the decision to reject the proposed settlement came after Deputy Corporation Counsel Jessica warned the members of the City Council Finance Committee that a jury could award Valdez $18 million. Or they need to reform the police department. They need to reform the police department. They need to get some mental health people out there. I want to say sugar honey iced tea. That's all I got to say. She said it might cost her 18 to 34 million dollars. Y'all see that? You see that, Miss Malone? If they don't settle the 3.2 million, they could possibly win an $18 million lawsuit. Woo, that gonna bankrupt Chicago. The finance scheduled to weigh in the recommendation on Monday, and and I think they didn't even show up. Just one lawsuit. You right, just one lawsuit. If I heard correctly in that city hall meeting, that legal counsel did not show up to some meeting on Monday. The final vote, well, I think it passed. Did it pass or did it fail? I couldn't understand because I didn't get the gist of it. The city of Chicago has already exhausted $82 million officials set aside to cover. Oh, they didn't set aside $82 million to cover police misconduct. Our black folks get, You heard him talk, the man talked about the people in the bike lane even filing lawsuits. Hey, listen, the person I went to help on the other day, it was in Chicago because they ran over something that was the way the street is made and you turn the corner, it tore his car up. I said, "You go file a law." I told him, "Go file a claim with the city." That's what I'm saying. But let's see. The city has exhausted $82 million already that they have set aside. Where do they do that at? Aside to cover police misconduct settlements. Hey, listen, you're right. They need to do some reform. I agree, Miss Malone. It ain't funny, but it is. It is. The Chicago taxpayers spent $200 million between 2019 to 2024 to resolve lawsuits brought by more than 3 dozen people who were wrongfully convicted based on evidence gathered by the Chicago Police Department. According to the analysis of the city data by WTTW. That's crazy. And this one guy who was wrongly convicted, he could possibly get up to 18 to 34 million. Jeez. Since September 2024, 2 federal juries have ordered the city to pay $170 million to 3 men convicted of murder they did not committed, selling a new standard of verdict and a wrongful conviction. So if you trip on the street, you can get paid. It looked like that, don't it? It's unclear why the city lawyers recommended selling the lawsuit for 650,000 more than they did in July. Nor was it clear how much Chicago taxpayers have paid private attorneys. Why do they don't have their own attorneys? I thought the city of Chicago had their own attorneys. Why doesn't the city of Chicago not have their own attorneys? That's crazy. And I bet you this 650,000, it's probably attorney's fees. Okay, it says private lawyers to defend the officer since then as preparation for the trial began. The attorneys are getting buku of money. It is approved. If it is approved, it would be the second time in as many years that city council member have rejected proposed settlement only to reverse course several months later and rectify the settlement. The series of events that led to Valdez's conviction began when he was wounded in a drive-by. Detective Michaels was assigned to that probe, as well as the investigation Hugh Kenneth's mother, and I know I butchered his name. The series of events that led to Valdez's conviction began when he was wounded in a drive-by. Okay. Oh, Ricardo took a picture of Valdez, who was 18, during a probe of pop pop. Ricardo showed that the picture to two people who said a man threatened them shortly before Hesina was shot in Pow Pow. Let's see, the two witnesses, as well as one of their friends, who told the police he saw the shooting, later identified Vasquez as the shooter in the photographic lineup. After Ricardo showed one of the Vasquez the picture according to the lawsuit. Ricardo was never disciplined in connection of the investigation. I wonder how much training did they do after this, Miss Malone? And what year was this again? 2001. 3 days after Hanuncia's Pow Pow, but a change has got to come. I agree, Miss Malone. Valencia's girlfriend was and wounded. Arico, I can't say these things, so charge it to the game. Who was 5 months pregnant? Whoa! At the time, told police the Vasquez believed he had been the intended target of a pow pow because he shot blank a old Latin king to avenge the unalive of his uncle. Gent. Complete reform and definitely more bias training. Yeah, they need a lot of different types of training. And not to say that they don't get it, but in 2001, we know they weren't getting it. Oh, so was he? So if I'm understanding this correct, the guy who was wrongfully convicted. Let's see, to avenge the killing of the uncle Vasquez, who police said this was a Satan disciple, along with John Vasquez. So is he a part of is people a part of the gang? But when John Vasquez went to trial, Alico testified that what she told police was false. She said she only signed a statement after police threatened to take away her daughter. That statement was taken by former assistant attorney Megan Goldfish. America, the land of opportunity. Well, that is true. If you can cross the Rio Grande, that is true, Miss Malone. A Cook County judge since 2014. The witness who said he saw Vasquez Papana and run away also later told officials he lied after police agreed to give him a break in an unrelated drug possession charge. The fact was never shared with the jury. Okay. In addition to the jury never heard evidence of Gent Valles, who was not a member of a Satan disciple, but belongs to another gang. They belong to a lot of gangs. You notice that? It's a lot of gangs out here. But it's not illegal to join a gang, right? In addition, the jury never heard evidence. No, the jury heard. This was actually in Cicero at the time. Yeah, see, it goes back to the crook system, systematic racism. He said he was in Cicero at the time of the pow pow, could not have run from the scene because he had been shot in the knee several months earlier. Or he uses a cane. So he said there was no way he was there. No physical evidence tied him there. After prosecutors moved to vacate that as conviction and dismiss the charge of Vasquez and the suit Cook County and Goldfish, the suit resolved in a $2.4 million. He got paid. Vasquez never saw a certificate of innocence from a judge and of the 4 witnesses who testified against Vasquez. 2 witnesses are prepared to testify that they saw him pow pow. Yes, that was wrong. Yeah, that was wrong. 1 witness is prepared to testify that she lied. And she testified in her initial statement the police implicating was false. The other witness has also given inconsistent testimonies. The other 2 witnesses cannot be located. Dang. Oh, and this is the other one that they also talked about today. Look at this is yep, here's another one. The city council to wage paying $1.2 million to resolve another. Yeah, so he's black. Lawsuit tied to the conviction of an ex-sergeant Ronald Watts. Now it was hard to tell if they won. Let's see. Now let's see what they say here. The city, let's see, Chicago taxpayers should pay $1.2 million. God, Chicago ain't gonna have no money when this is over. All the taxes gonna be high in Chicago. You will not be able to afford to live in Chicago in a few more minutes if they don't get a handle on this. Now I see why they want to flip Chicago red. First, I was like, flip Chicago red. Okay, 1.2 million to a man who was framed 3 times by the convicted former Chicago police sergeant Ronald Watts. City lawyers recommended Lennar Gibson spent 2 years in jail and pleaded guilty 3 counts that were based on evidence gathered by Watts, who was convicted in 2013. Then 2013, then 2020, was it anything between 2015 maybe to and on? Y'all got a problem. Gibson was one 15 men convicted by Watts to be extradited extra to be extradited by a judge in 2017 as part of the only mass extra. Hold on. My fault. Exoneration. What was I saying? Exoneration. put some air behind these words. The City of Chicago City Finance Committee on Monday is set to consider the proposed settlement, which would be the third lawsuit to alleged misconduct by Watts. And that was a big thing. That was a big thing. I remember this about the police officer. That's why the police need their own personal insurance, not for the city residents to pay. And listen, they should get a $1 million bond. That's what I like that idea. Dirty cat. I agree. Okay, see, Watts is named in more than 70 lawsuits. That's why Chicago's going to be broke. The former sergeant says Watts is named in more than 70 lawsuits alleging he framed people for crimes they did not commit. Was a total, hold on, a crime they did not commit. Ain't that, oh, I would hate to be that for my child to be one of those. With a total of 193 lawsuits yet to be resolved. Woo! According to the documents obtained by WTTW News, like many of Chicagoans arrested by Watts and his team of officers, Gibson lived in the now demolished Ida B. Webb Chicago Housing Authority complex on the south side. September 24, the city council agreed to pay him $500,000 to pay Alvin Wedley, who was arrested by an officer who reported to Watts to resolve the lawsuit he filed against the city in Cook County. That's one cop, 70 lawsuit. That's crazy. Yes. In January, the city council agreed to pay $7.5 million to Ben Baker, who spent a decade in prison after being framed by Watts. Jeez, and they got more people, more lawsuits to go. They're not gonna have that much money. Between 2016 and 2024, the city of Chicago taxpayers paid more than $11.2 million to defend Watts. Oh, they paid to defend. They didn't pay out to the people. Watts and an officer who reported to him were accused by demanding that the residents and drug dealers pay them for protection. They arrested those who refused after planting drugs on them. I'm so glad I didn't have kids that young back then. In 2013, Watts was convicted of shaking down a drug carrier who turned out to be an FBI informant. That's how he got caught. Watts spent nearly 2 years in prison. Since 2017, 212 convictions tied to Watts has been overturned, according to the Cook County State's attorney. Ain't that crazy? Now, this is the one we saw they was talking about also. I'm just saying, we just looking at the lawsuits that Chicago is paying. Chicago to pay 62.5. That was today. Oh, so they approved this one. Let's see. Chicago to pay $62.5 million to settle a 4 police misconduct case. Miss Malone, you may have a point. And you have a point. Because you said it earlier. You said there needed to be some reform. And now we see why. Listen, I got to take these things out my ear. Because I'm like, what the world? The Chicago City. What? How much jail did he do? How much he get? Only 2 years? Nah, that ain't right. And these people stayed in there a decade. Crazy. These are crazy numbers, Miss Malone. The city of Chicago council agreed Wednesday to pay. Oh, they agreed. So somebody that was understanding what they was writing agreed to pay $62.5 $55 million to resolve 4 lawsuits alleging a wide range of misconduct by Chicago police officers. I'm coming to Chicago to get Frank. Heck yeah. And that's why they say Chicago, they like to sue here because you get paid up north. The city of Chicago agreed to pay 62.55 million. I had to say that again because that sounds like a crazy number, right? To resolve 4 lawsuits. Just 5 months into the year, Chicago taxpayer has spent, can we get the drum roll, please? At least 144.5 million to resolve nearly 2.5 dozen lawsuits, exceeding its budget to resolve lawsuits alleging police misconduct by more than 76%. City records show. Girl, you can't make this up. I'm gonna do it in a minute. Did they say 62.55? And let's not forget the other $1 million that we was just reading about. It is unclear how the city will find the money to make the payment. Approved Wednesday. They don't look at that. They don't even know where they're gonna get the money from. It is unclear how the city will find the money. That's why they don't have no money for teen problem. See, let me tell you, Miss Malone, they and no shade to anybody, but I gotta speak the truth. They spend all that money on the immigrants. That's what Mayor Johnson messed up. He spent so much money on the immigrants that it left Chicago bankrupt. Tell the truth, shame the devil. Isn't that what Martin said? Martin G. Sorry for smacking my lips. Oh my gosh. By the city council, since it has already exhausted the 82 million. So this is 82 million they have already given out. Now they got to come up with another 62 million. And so and don't forget the first case we looked at, they telling them you need to settle with this 3.2 million because it could go up from 18 to 34, and that's on top of this million. And see, all this time I thought the property taxes was to pay. I thought the property tax is supposed to pay for the police department, the streets, to keep the city going. Listen, you get you a check up out of Chicago, you can go on back where you come from. No shade. Okay, it says by the city council, since it said it is unclear how the city will find the money to make the payments approved Wednesday by the city council, since it had already exhausted the 82 million of officials set aside to cover the police misconduct. Crazy. You can't make this up. Judgment in 2025. And we just halfway through 2025. And the latest settlement approved Wednesday. Chicago taxpayer will pay. Okay, Miss Malone, we need a drum roll, honey. Chicago taxpayers will pay 48 million to 3 men who were wrongfully convicted of setting a 1986 apartment on fire. They killed 2 brothers and spent a combined 102 years in prison. Oh, we're going to open that on a separate one. We're going to go back to that one. And I'm just saying, this just get more intriguing and intriguing. So another police don't need immunity. Let the police union come up with the money since they don't want to fire the dirty cop. Mm, okay. That's crazy. So now they gotta come they just paid the largest settlement approved by this Wednesday. Chicago taxpayers will pay 48 million to 3 men who were wrongfully convicted of setting a 1986 apartment fire that killed two brothers and spent a combined 102 years in prison. You can't make this story up. Another 8.25 million will go to a man who spent 17 years after he was wrongfully convicted in 2001. We just read that story. The city council refused to settle that case 10 months ago for 7.6. The city council voted 36-14 to approve the settlement. So if had they look at it, you see that, Mr. Malone? Had they 10 months ago, they could have settled this for less money. And but now they got to pay 8.25 million. Crazy. And it's not a good day to live in Chicago. Deputy Corporation Counsel Jessica urged the City Council Finance Committee on Monday to reconsider a comeback review comment. Oh, it comes back to review the comment. Oh, we're talking about all the lawsuits that the city of Chicago have to pay, Mike, and it will just blow your cap back. Crazy. Let's see. Money to reconsider a refusal to settle the lawsuit because a key witness for the city has been convicted. SA and the large financial risk the city faced at the trial. Now, two federal juries have ordered the city to pay 170 million to the 3 men convicted of murder they did not commit in recent months, setting a new standard for verdict wrongful conviction. Okay, let me come back to here. So, hold on, I got the call. So, Miss, so let me get it right. So they have to pay. They paying a lot of money. 48 million, and this year, 100 on just 5 months. They spent 144.5 million, and they got these others to pay 107. Yeah, I'm like, to live in Illinois, they may be the crookedest place, but you can get paid. Chicago's taxpayer has now spent 256 million since January. Can you say that? 2019 to resolve lawsuits brought by more than. Dang, this is crazy. Okay, the facts may surprise us all. Yeah, you're you're right, Mike. 256 million since January 2019 to resolve lawsuit brought by more than 3 dozen people who were wrongfully convicted based on the evidence gathered by the CPD. Now, in a separate action, a separate one, the city of Chicago voted 36-13 to pay 5 million to a woman who lost both her legs in a frostbite. Oh, we're going to read that one. Her plea for help after getting locked out of her apartment. Wait a minute, how she? Now this is what I'm confused. Are we gonna go read it? The yearly budget for the Chicago is getting ready. Yes, and 18.7 billion. Yes, 18.7 billion. They are in debt, and they don't know where they're gonna get this money from. He nervous. I wouldn't want to be mayor of Chicago. So we're gonna go read this because I want to know. The police was there. Why didn't they call the? This 2001. It's 4 years ago. And probably now I have always heard that politics was crazy there. Yeah. Now, in the final case, this is everything we saw today. A Chicago taxpayer will pay another 1.2 million to a man who was framed 3 times by convicted former Chicago police Ronald Watts. Yeah, we just read that one. Okay, and here's the one we saw. This one, Leonard Gibson was one of the 15 men convicted by Watts for exonerated by the judge in 2017 as part of only mass exoneration in Cook County, and all Chicago taxpayer had paid 9.2 million to 3 men who were also framed by Watts. Between 2016 and September 24, the Chicago taxpayer paid more than 11.2 million to defend Watts. Where's the Watts now? I think he's in Florida. A judge acquitted suburban man. Okay, if the city of Chicago pays 2% of their income for lawsuit, that would total 400 million. Mm. Well, you gonna have to tell them. Okay, here the 3 men wrongfully convicted in '86 fire that killed 2 brothers should receive 48 million recommended. Let's see. The city of Chicago should pay 48 million. Should this one says should, but on the other one it said they are they will have to pay. Wrongfully convicted of setting an 86 apartment that killed 2 brothers and spent combined 102 in prison. John Gavin, Arthur Almeidarez, uh, Francisco Nades were convicted of setting a fire. This is 24. This is in little village Spanish speaking community. Julio Martinez, 19, and his brother Guadalupe Martinez, 28, died. A Chicago firefighter was injured when he fell through the roof while the blaze. More than 9 months after the fire, detectives interviewed a man who was observed in the alley of the house shortly before the fire. The man told police he spoke with another man who saw Galvin, 18, and Michael, 19, in the alley. Oh, that's the one they only did 2 in costing the city all that money. No, no. This one right here, the cost city that money, that was the guy who was an Ida B. Wells, and they was setting people up, setting drug dealers up. This one's about the fire. I think their spending habits and improper training is what is the real problem. But will they ever come to terms or to do anything? Because this is some crazy numbers. Now I'm sure I wonder how many, like, these are major lawsuits. How many lawsuits after 2025 that police misconduct? After his arrest, Galveston detective Victor wrote out a confession and ordered him to sign it. Oh, when he refused, he pushed my head against the wall. Dang, it sounds like a movie. Pressing real hard and later kicked and punched the back of his head. Records show. At the time of his arrest, Galvin was 5'2" and 100 pounds. Jeez, I'll say it again. I get it. It being wrongfully convicted, but jeez, I know. I know. Arthur told Amadeus told police he was with Gavin and Niz on the night of the fire. He was kicked in the groin, and repeatedly struck in the back of the head. Court records show also confessed that he was present when Gavis set the fire, but testified that he was drunken and unable to read the statement that he signed because he did not have his glasses, records show. Dang, this is crazy work. Um, there, there was no evidence tying any of the three men to the fire. Gavin testified that he confessed to setting the fire because he was physically abused by the officer, the detective, who denied hitting Gavin. In 1990, he was sentenced to life without parole. Navnes and Almerdes were tried together and also sentenced to life without parole. The three men spent 35 years in prison before release. The proposed sentence set to be considered Monday by the City Council Finance would pay Galveston each $20 million. And Neves is set to get 8. That's why it came to $48,000. Now, in '07, Galveston saw 2 years episode of the television show Mythbuster that proved it was impossible to ignite a pool of gasoline with a lit cigarette. The Innocent Project took his case and began to challenge his conviction. Yeah, them innocent people. What's the Innocent Projects? They help a lot of people. In 2012, an appellate court ordered a new hearing for the two men conviction. And at the hearing, arson expert expert testified that the fire could not have been set the way the jury that convicted the men and had been told. In addition, a man who admitted being in the alley just before the blaze erupted testified Galvin was not even there. Damn, Chicago spent 200 million between January 2024 resolved lawsuits by more than 3 dozen people who were wrongfully convicted based on evidence gathered by the CPD. Since 2024, 2 federal judges have ordered the city to pay, drumroll please, 170 million to 3 men convicted of murder, unalignment. They did not commit, setting a new standard for verdicts and wrongful conviction. A city can forget it. Chicago, city lawsuit recommend paying $5 million to women who lost both her legs frostbite after CPT ignored pleas for help. Oh, she was a young girl. Okay, here it is right here. Hey, Miss Malone, I get it. There should not be a price on one's life, facts, but it should be some sort of low end, high end. Again, the lawyers are getting paid. Don't they get about a third of that payout? I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. And they probably tie their money into that money. I would think. I'm no attorney. We can ask Chris Clark for that. Okay, the city of Chicago should pay $5 million to a woman who lost both her legs in a frostbite after CPD officer ignored her plea for help. Hold on, yeah. Be right back. Okay, that's true. I'm back. Sorry. Okay. Let's see this. So this is the young lady who her legs were amputated, both of them. There was this. Okay, here it is. So the CB paid 5 minutes to a woman who lost both legs to frostbite after the Chicago police ignored her pleas for help. She was locked out of her apartment. There was snow on the ground and the temperature hovered around 5 degrees. Oh, Natasha, no, 1/3 is usually pre-trial. Much more is trials, 50%. Okay, there was snow on the ground. It was early morning, February 8th, 2001, when Brianna Keys, now 39, got locked out of her back of the yard apartment, according to the lawsuit. Key, who was not wearing winter shoes, called 911 for help, but got no response, according to her lawsuit. A neighbor called 911 when Keys asked for help, but by then she had started walking to the nearest police station, approximately a mile away. What I didn't know that what's that noise outside? Oh, okay. As Keys walked, the police vehicle stopped and she asked officer help, but received no assistance, according to her lawsuit. An online fundraiser set up by her sister said those officers told she could not enter their vehicle. Oh, wow. In all, Keys spent 3 hours walking to the police station, suffering from severe frostbite, according to her lawsuit. When she reached Wentworth, that's on 51st and State Street along the expressway, which is 7 minutes drive from her apartment. Officers did not immediately get medical attention for Keith. Eventually, both her legs were amputated below the knees, according to her sister's fundraiser, which generated $8,600. Wow. Well, I guess she does deserve the money, right? I mean, it's something I don't. Why didn't she call her sister? She had a phone to call the police. Why did she call her sister? And the neighbors was looking at her. Why didn't the neighbors say, "Hey, come in so you can find someplace?" I'm like, it really at this one, there's really nothing nobody could have really done, right? That's crazy. Oh, here, look at this one. Here's the one. And I don't know how we missed this one. They voted block on plans to allow CPD to declare snap curfew to stop teen gathering. What? 17 members of the city councilmen joined together in an unprecedented show of force Wednesday to, I don't know how I sat there that long. They talk so fast. Wild story on a 7 minute ride. 7 minute ride and a 3 hour walk. She unprecedented show a Wednesday to block a vote on a measure to allow CPD officials to exemplarily impose a curfew anywhere in the city, begin enforcing it with just 30-minute notice to enforce to stop large teen gatherings. It takes just 2 city council members to use a parliamentary procedure to block a vote until the city council June meeting. But Alderman Jason Irvin and Alderman Andre Vasquez said 15 other members of the city council had signed onto a letter stopping the vote. What is so sad, it would have only taken a phone call to get a fire department there. That's true. I don't know why the fire department did not come out. Well, they gonna have to pay. Uh, if the 17 members are firmly opposed to the proposal, eventually vote against the measure, it could still pass with 33 votes. But it would take 34 votes for the city council to override a mayoral veto. Before the vote, Mayor Brandon Johnson repeatedly questioned whether the measure is constitutional and frequently said that he does not believe that expanding the city curfew would stop the teen trend or takeover. Large gathering organized on social media and popular among teens from turning violent. Oh, they're not gonna do nothing to somebody get unalive. If the measure is approved, it would vastly expand Chicago curfew laws and set a a template of other cities struggling with public safety challenges. The measure gives CP Supervisor Larry Snelling the power to unilaterally declare a snap curfew. They got to do something. The original version of the ordinance required that Snelling and Deputy Mayor Committee Safety Guard gave it to have jointly determined that there's probable cause to believe that the mass gathering will occur. The ordinance set no limits how large or could it. So Evans told the reporter that me that he would encourage Johnson to vote the ordinance to passing. Oh, oh. So I don't understand. Do they want it or not? That's what I'm trying to figure out. That's why I'm like, wait a minute, what is going on? Let's see. Hold on, y'all. Okay. The charge preempted Evans not just to drop the support for the measure that he has co-sponsored, well, but to join the leaders of the city council progressive caucus to try to stop the passage. They sound like they don't want it, right? So is the mayor saying let them take over? It sounds like it. Now let's see. A close ally. Mike, can you explain this to us? Seriously. A close ally of Johnson and influential members of the city council, Black Caucus. Hold on, keep it a set out talk. Who's he talking to? Okay. A closely allied Johnson influential member of the okay. Evans told the reporter after the meeting that he would encourage Johnson to vote the ordinance to if it passes during the council. So it goes to June 18th. Hawkins told reporters he was confident that the measure would pass in June, even though there has not been a violent mass gathering of teen march. He warned another could occur at any time. So it goes to, so you're not gonna vote on it again, I guess, until June. Please say 2 large gathering teams. Yeah, they don't want you on them high-profile shooting in Streeterville, a neighborhood property for tourists and wealthy Chicagoans. Progressive Chicago ordinance. So it's has to be voted on June 10th. They're gonna vote on it again, June 18th. That's what I get from it. Said that the goal is to prevent gathering from happening at all and have. Oh, okay. Hold on, yeah. Hold on. Hold on. But why do they have it to become violent before they do anything? Good question. Very good question, Miss Malone. It's gonna become violent, then they're gonna do something. Thank you, Mike. Chicago has so many rules about passing ordinance, bringing them up. The short answer is there are people on both sides. Also, it is hard to target a group and still be legal. Thank you, Mike. Chicago CPD's Chief Patrol John repeatedly assured members of the Public Safety Committee during April 30th that meeting that the CPD will use the expanded curfew constitutionally. So, what's the short answer? The short answer, Mike? It ain't nothing gonna happen until somebody get hurt. Someone was detected at your front door. And that's a lot of money. So the panel voted 10-7 to advance. Oh, okay. So it got advanced. Panel voted 10-7 to advance the CPD snap curfew plans to stop the teen gathering. So that's why it's going to June 18th and it's going to be voted on then. Okay. The craziest thing ever. The panel voted 10-7 to advance. They need something. And see, but the problem, what it means to advance, they need to have it and add that parents needs to be more involved in this. The reality is simple. The police are there to ensure public safety. If they see something like a mass meeting set, they can send police officers there. See, because another problem that they have in Chicago is they have like these cars and they go in these parking lot in the middle of the street and go in circles and stuff like that. They got a problem with that also. So I don't know what they got too many problems and they don't have enough people to think forward and try to figure out these problems. Cause if somebody get hurt, it's gonna be Chicago's problem. Somebody kid get hurt, it's gonna be Chicago's problem. It don't stop. Oh, okay. Hours before the closed vote, Mayor Johnson again questioned whether the measure is constitutional. It would have to be more than one person to get hurt, uh, or they would simply just pay them off. It's just simple. Just pay them off. Hold on. Sorry. Yeah, somebody would have to seriously get hurt. Let me send this information because hallelujah. Yeah. Um Oh, those are dangerous. If those cars run into a crowd of people because a car went out of control, city's fault. And you see how sometimes I've seen it where they box the police out, where they can't even get to where the car is at. It's crazy. It's crazy. Okay, so the hours before the so Johnson has repeatedly said that he doesn't believe that expanding the city curfew would stop teens' trends or takeovers. Large gathering organized on social media and popular among teens from turning violent. Oh yeah, I seen it in Chicago. They done it. A final vote for City Council is set for Wednesday. Its measure takes an effect will reshape Chicago curfew laws and could set a template for other cities struggling with public safety challenges. Let's see, they're gonna get more. Okay, police said 2 large gatherings of teens led Ira. Yeah. Trying to see well. Now here we go. Here we go. Byron Lopez, Alderman Byron Lopez, and other progressive members of the city council said that ordinance would do nothing to prevent the gatherings from taking place and serve only to criminalize Black and Latino teens and make them feel unwelcome downtown and along the lakefront. And listen, and I mean, I don't know what you talking. Why y'all make it like there's more than Black and Latinos be out there. I ain't gonna lie to you. I guess curfews can be legal while often associated with juvenile. Curfew are also used in emergency situations, facts, and can be imposed on business, local government, frequently enacted juvenile curfew laws. Thank you. So who has control of the city? The teens had control of the city of Chicago. Now they trying to make it a race thing. The measure police curfew 20 more people could result in substantial harm. Safety commands. Yeah, think about the property damage. You know what I'm saying? They are unwelcome doing the kind of stuff. I agree. When I was a kid, I did not go downtown Chicago by myself. It was a treat. Not only was it a treat, it was an honor to go downtown, to go look at the Christmas lights or the windows, Marshall Field's lights. They have ruined it. They ruined it. Ain't gonna be no downtown in a minute because that's how they go and like on Michigan Avenue. They they and that was on downtown Chicago. They breaking windows. It's not a race thing regarding the issue. Safety first. Safety first. Businesses, tourism. I remember I was downtown. Maybe about 3 years ago now. It was definitely during COVID. And there was so many people outside. It was a little after COVID. And I saw people were literally dropping their kids off downtown. And then at one time we were surrounded by them kids. I said, "Oh my gosh, I had my mace and I will mace you." Thank you, Mike. I'm pretty sure to say, let's see, handle the gather. They don't know how to handle that gathering. Okay, so the rules governing large gathering were crafted after months of negotiation with the coalition that sued to force the city into consent decree after objection. The original version of the version was unconstitutional. They are hilarious. When I was growing up, I remember there used to be a commercial that says, "Do you know where your children are?" They had a curfew. The rules were only enforced 12 times between, do you see that? May 24th and September. They scared. That's why we had to put the teens' behavior back on the parent. Back on the parents. I don't see nothing here. Despite the frequent curfew, law enforcement Johnson has not asked the city council to reverse change introduced by former Mayor Lightfoot and approved by the city council that moves up the curfew to 10 o'clock 7 days a week and applies to anyone 17 and younger. Oh, the city council refused curfew allowed teens to stay out until 11. Cover 16. Oh. Oh. And they only gave out 75 citations. Oh, it says in addition to Chicago, right here, in addition to Chicago Police Department issued 75 citation for curfew violation to the parents of the teens who have violated the curfew 3 times in the past year or were also arrested for suspicion of committing a crime. Parents raise your children to know right from wrong. Yeah, you ain't got no business, especially in this day and age and this time, you ain't got no business being outside at 11 o'clock at night. And they doing all that pow, pow, pow outside. They snatching people. Only 3 times. First of all, I would be pissed like a John, because you only got 3 people. 3 times you done gave a ticket out to a parent, and these are large group of people out here. Y'all need to make a better example. 2 and 3, nearly 5 curfew violate. Only did 5 violations in Chicago were issued in aggression. Police Department records 2024, that was last year, accounted for 12% of the curfew violation, nearly double the numbers of violation issued in Central First District. That is crazy. Chicago got to do better. But you know what? I'm going to say this. Let me get. Ooh, yeah. First of all, it's a shame that somebody got to tell the people to come get your kid to find your kid. We had to be in the house when the street light come on. I didn't know that was a real thing, but it was a real thing. And I was like, oh, okay. And my kids didn't go outside like that. Now, when they was young like that, right after 10 o'clock, go hang out at someone else's house with adult supervision, of course. Listen, Miss Malone, they took away the churches. It's really a national problem. Yeah. See, they took away the churches because I remember as a kid, I'm just saying, I know I'm probably a little older than I know I'm older than the kids out here. And even with my kids, but we was in church. We had activities in church. We made friends in church. And we had family. We had aunts and uncles that we went and did things with. Excuse me. So I don't know what's happened. And I understand people are working. And it's not like it used to be. But gosh, because of course the younger people are gonna be raising the kids because that's who are appropriating the kids. I mean, young people. But that's a mess. They need to bring the churches back. You feel what you feel about the churches, but the churches was a great way for. It was a great avenue. It's gone. It's gone. Here in D.C., Maryland, oh, she in the DMV. It's just as crazy, and not just boys either. And them girls are worse. Sometimes I think the girls are worse than the boys. Um, you in the DMV, Miss Malone. And I love DC. I said, I know why people move to DC now. It's a vibe, a vibe. But that's unfortunate. Fort Washington, Maryland. Go ahead, girl. I got my my family they live in Maryland, College Park, maybe. I think College Park, Maryland. My cousins went to Howard, and they still in DC. They moved back for a minute, and they moved right back to DC. Um, I think both are principals. They both are principals in DC, in Maryland. So I understand. I understand. So I have been on here for 5 hours, and that time went fast. So let me say this. So I'm gonna be on. I probably won't be on for the next 2 weeks. Let me say this. I took a contract position for 2 weeks, so I'm gonna be on. I may not be as on as much. She said, "College probably is where the university it is." Okay. Oh, okay. Listen, I went to DC once, like maybe 2 years ago. I said, "Man, I wish I was younger. I would have moved to DC area." But I took a contract position for 2 weeks. So hey listen. Hey listen, property taxes are due. I ain't trying to give all my money away. My girls are in Arlington, Virginia. Hey, listen, I went to Arlington, Virginia. Oh, that was such a vibe is my thing. But going to the unknown cemetery, uh, I would do that again. Arlington. And when I had worked at Social Security, there was this guy. He lived in his home was in Arlington, Virginia. But somehow or another he took a transfer to Chicago, and then he had to take a transfer back to Virginia. But yeah, he said this Virginia can't don't compare to Chicago. But yeah, so I'm just gonna say I took a 2 week it's a 14-day contract position. And I will be on here. I probably won't be on here like 5 hours like today. It starts tomorrow. Go figure. And then but I'm definitely gonna still be on here. And I probably just really like when I'm driving back. Oh wow, hold on, y'all. Oh, my husband was stationed at Andrew Air Force Base before he passed. Oh, Miss Malone. Ah, well, I hope you are well. And I'm glad to hear. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about your husband. She says she's still in Virginia. But I will just be recording more so on my way. Probably, I don't know, on my way to the place or my way home. We'll see. Oh, so many people need help with these opioid crisis and related things. Yes, Mike. Yes. And I really didn't fully understand, like to hear, and I was a quick tantrum, to hear watching the Diddy trial, to hear how much drugs they were taking. I said, how could any human being mentally or physically can handle that much drugs? I guess hey, listen. But I ain't gonna hold y'all. I got class in an hour. So I gotta do some things, got tests tonight. But I just want to appreciate you and Mike coming in, y'all staying with me during breaks, going everything. I appreciate you all so much. Mike, I thank you for the membership. Hey, listen, once my 2 week contract is over, I'll be back doing my own thing again. Uh Hopefully they don't want to extend it because I'm not really trying to do it, not be out there too long. So, but with that being said, I just want to say thank you. So I'm not gonna be able to go to Flint. I said before I opened my mouth, said I could do it. I forgot. Dang, I wanted to go to Flint, but I'm not gonna be able to go to Flint. But I still didn't get to go back and watch the Dalton meeting, and hopefully at some point maybe I'll be able to go back and watch it. But again, I thought, look, I gotta go do my little tan, do my little be in peace again. And And I just appreciate you on this journey with me. So with that being said, I'm gonna log off. I be in the bushes. Just let you know, I be in the bushes. I watch people's channel, and I see what's going on. So again, hugs and kisses to you all. And thank you to the Rewind crew. Most of all, thank you to the members and subscribers. And thank you so, so much, Mike, for all you do for the channel. And thank you, Miss Malone, for all the hollers that you give and just, conversing with us. So until we meet again, I will be back on tomorrow for sure. But I'll see y'all later. Have a good evening and see you soon.